One. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Trying to see what's going on with the lighting on my TikTok site. It's really weird. Sometimes the lighting is always acting weird for some reason or another on some of these apps. But we can get the lighting straight on TikTok. But what we're going to be talking about today is the fact that the presidential debate. The presidential debate is a little bit over 24. Well, no. Yeah, a little bit over 48 hours. Well, actually, probably yeah, about 48 hours. About 48 hours from now, we'll be all likely tuned into the presidential debate. And that's going to be the primary topic I want to run by you folks. I don't know, like I said, for you folks that may be watching me on TikTok, I have no clue why the lighting seems so bad, but hopefully it straightens out. But yeah, the question we're going to be asking today is right off the bat, what do you want the moderators to discuss with the candidates? Now, obviously, if you support one candidate, you're really not really concerned what is asked of that candidate. You want to hear questions being answered by the opposition. So if you support Kamala, then you really want Trump to have to answer questions and vice versa. You're not really concerned with hearing questions thrown at your own candidate. So what I want to ask you folks, what we're going to talk about today is what questions do you hope are asked? And certainly to whom? I'm going, like I said, I'm going to assume most of these answers are going to be aimed at the opposing candidate, the guy or gal that you do not want to win. That's the one you want the questions to be asked to. Because, of course, at the end of the day, he or she may trip up on those questions and harm their chances in the debate. So we'll talk about what questions you want answered. And by the way, a lot of folks believe that Kamala Harris, because she hasn't given any interviews of any significance, needs to answer questions, needs to answer a lot of questions. So obviously, a lot of this will be aimed at Kamala Harris, but former President Trump, people want him to be asked, certain questions as well, because Trump will do interviews. However, the difference is some folks believe that some of the things Trump is saying at the interviews are not true. And doing rallies are essentially they're irrelevant. What is said at a rally, at least in my humble opinion, and maybe in a lot of you folks' opinion as well, the rallies are irrelevant. Kamala Harris rallies, Trump rallies, what they say at the rally in regards to their policies is somewhat irrelevant. Not totally. They should be held accountable for what they say, but that's not a total answer. Because what you say at a rally, no one is going to ask you, well, how can you do that, madam or sir? If Kamala Harris says, well, she believes that we should pay for folks' student debt, we should just forgive all tuition. Well, the question is, well, where's the money going to come from? How? That's not going to be asked at a rally. That's not going to be asked if she's in a friendly audience. Just like Trump is talking about bringing back Stop-and-frisk and some of these things that, he could end the Ukraine-Russian war in 24 hours. How? Why would they just agree to do that? So at a rally, you're not going to hear the how and whys. That's where the debate comes in. So right off the bat, I'm asking you folks, questions you hope are asked from the candidates. And I'll see if we can go have a little back and forth, a little bit of fun with it. I do believe I may be able to give some of the answers you may hear. Of course, you're entitled to state whether the answer is bullshit, but keep in mind, just because the answer is bullshit doesn't mean it's not the answer you may get during the debate. Big dog, yeah! Appreciate the hat mustache. So we're going to talk about that. And you heard me mention stop and frisk. That's the secondary topic. Trump, a couple days ago at yet another rally, is talking about singing the praises of stop and frisk and how well it worked in the city of New York under Rudolph Giuliani. I want to ask you folks, do you think it's a good idea if some cities have a large amount of crime? Do you support giving the police the power to stop anyone? Anyone. You don't have to be actually in the process of committing a crime at all. Anybody the police think may be up to something, they can just stop them, frisk them, basically go through your personal belongings and everything, hold you up. Essentially, you're being temporarily detained. Because when you're being stopped and frisked, if the question is, am I free to go? The answer is no. The answer is no, not until we search you and clear you. So do you support what Trump is stating that might bring down crime, allowing the police the right to stop and frisk folks at will? I think it's worthy of bringing up. I really, the reason I'm bringing it up is because there is a significant group of folks, predominantly people of color, but there are others as well, that have issues with the police. And the concern is, what would this do to the reputation of police with the public? If they can now stop folks at will that maybe they think is up to no good or something of that nature. Let's say, for instance, the police is behind you and you're in a gas station or something. You pull out money to pay for, well, let me get $50 on pump one. You got a fancy car out at the gas pump. You got on, fancy clothing, and you just do not look like somebody who should have all of that shit. And when you pull out your money to pay for your gas, it's in cash. You got a big, huge knot on you, a big bankroll. Maybe the cops think that the money is ill-gotten gains. This is how stop and frisk works. You see something suspicious, and you're allowed to essentially investigate the character of the individual, run checks for warrants and things like. Do you support that? Do you support this taking place? If it will lower crime. That's what we're going to be talking about. So those are the two topics. Happy Sunday evening to you folks. Hopefully everybody got their healthy dose of football. Week 1, my Chicago Bears just won today. Came back from being down 17-0. And they ended up scoring all of the rest of the points and winning the game. So it was a good game for me. I'm a big fan of Colorado Buffalo, so I watched Deion Sanders lose by a lot to Nebraska. But here we are now. So looking in the comments, I see someone said the Cowboys won. Yeah, Chris, certainly with the likes of Tom Brady. How did Tom Brady do? For you folks that watched the whole game, I did see quite a bit of it. How do you think Tom Brady did now that he's an analyst? Is he? You think he'll get to be at least as good as Troy Aikman? We'll talk about it. Anyhow, so moving on with the show, what questions would you like to see asked of the candidates at the debate? And I see in the comments, Chris said he did a great job. Absolutely. Chris said he did a good job, and FMG 374 says absolutely not. So I'm going to go straight to the comments. In the comments, somebody says, who is this? DD, I'm going to be needing the glasses on some of this shit. DD Saracen says, then you should be able to stop and frisk them. I don't quite get that. No, I don't really agree. Trust me, I'm a victim of that. Maybe this town's police department needs to be searched and then cleared out. Michelle Harris, yeah. Do you support stop and frisk, folks? That's what we're asking. If you believe that it will bring down crime, would you support giving the police additional powers to basically search anyone at will, anytime, as long as it meets their personal criteria of why they want to stop them? And at the end of the day, they cannot give a wrong answer. Why did you stop him? Well, the cop can say, I really don't have to answer that, or maybe I thought his pants were sagging, or maybe he was running down the street and he looked suspicious. I mean, it could be anything. Could literally be anything. So looking in the comments real quick, I want to make sure I got everything going on right. No, because I have a, he says, no, because I have a such big thing down there, so they're going to make a mistake for a missile. That is funny. Who said that? None. I'm Duke. You know what's so funny? Because he's saying his junk in the trunk, what he got in his pants is so large that if the police stop and frisk him, they're going to mistake his junk for some type of muzzle on fire. What's funny about that is that actually happened. I don't know if any of you folks have seen the YouTube video where the cops do grab somebody, and the cops say, "Well, what is that?" He goes, "That's my penis." That actually has happened before. That's hilarious. It happened on video. The cops asked the guy, well, "Well, what is that?" He had his hands in his pocket, was searching him. He said, "That's my penis." You see the look on the cop's face. He had actually grabbed the guy's dick. So appreciate that comment. That actually can happen. Free Palestine says, but I don't think you're going to get that with either one of the U.S. candidates. I really don't think that. And I see you said it has happened to you, and that same participant said, "Well, so oh my God." I'd be curious to ask, how did the cop respond when you told him what he was grabbing was flesh? Was you grabbing? If I have to ask also, man, I don't want to get too damn graphic, but shit, what happened to the difference between ready to go and flaccid? I mean, he's grabbing your shit. I mean, were you actually was part of your body entertained by that? I'm not going to go down that path. You guys got me starting out way too early. Tap the screen, by the way, get the lights on up to about 5,000, almost 150 you guys. So tap the screen, get the lights up. TikTok is messing with your FYP. Yeah, they always do. They always do. Lately, it's been like that a lot. And I see your comment there saying, yeah, little cat, no Palestine can go by. And that's, before I go to the caller, that's what I was going to say is that it really don't matter which candidate wins. There's only going to be so much assistance to Palestine. The only real difference between Trump and Kamala Harris on the Palestinian-Israeli conflict is that the liberals under Kamala Harris will at least listen to the protesters. If Trump wins, protesting what's going on over there will damn near be illegal. I mean, you're not going to interfere with Trump's travels, rallies, or gatherings in any way, fashion, or form, protesting about what's going on over there. They'll just push you to the side. But I'm not here to say that Kamala Harris is going to meet your needs. I just think that Kamala Harris will listen, will give you some bullshit level of sympathy. You're still not likely to get what you want, but she may at least entertain the conversation. Trump is not going to listen to it. Going to the box, Stick the Ruler. Good evening, Stick. Questions you would like to hear the candidates asked at the debate. Stick, what say you?
Okay. The question that I would like to ask both is a real simple one. And that's, how would you bring down inflation? Because both are asking or basically saying that they will do it.
Yeah.
So I hope that Donald Trump would say, ladies first, you answer it. And then he would probably 9 times out of 10, take a little bit from hers and then insult. So I'm kind of knowing his answer. And I believe her answer would probably be more clear for the people to hear on the debate night on this Tuesday. So that's the main question, because nobody cares about.
Wait. How do you? Let me ask you this, because in the comments, Miss White is saying something that I heard earlier today on This Week with George Stephanopoulos. They're suggesting the economy is actually not that bad numbers wise. Miss White in the comments is saying inflation is already below 3%. I mean, a lot of the economists are saying that the economy is actually doing a hell of a lot better than people think it is.
Yeah, it's not the economy, it's the inflation, and just like what's her name, the one with the Huckabee.
Yeah, Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Yeah, she was also interviewed today, and she basically put out those MAGA talking points.
Yeah,
that really, it's really a feeling. I feel like this and I feel like that, versus the facts are we have a great economy right now, and inflation is down to 2.9%. So the whole thing of it is those are talking points. So with those talking points, most of the time, especially MAGA, you really have no facts. You just have a feeling. even though you are the originators of F Your Feelings, you're doing a lot of, well, I feel she's not qualified. I feel this. And then the questions is, well, I feel I want to be able to go buy some eggs without feeling the pinch. You know, I feel.
Yeah.
Stop feeling. Open your eyes. Get woke. You have to. Don't listen to Ron DeSantis. Get woke and see what's going on. I mean, I'm being honest. Right now, my credit score is looking real good. My kids have everything that they want. I got everything that I need. And so the whole thing of it is, you notice I said what I need, and they got what they want.
Well, I'll tell you this. Now, I don't know how Kamala, because your question was, what can you do to bring down inflation? I'm not for certain what Kamala said because she does have so few interviews. But Trump, you're going to hear the likes of drill, baby, drill, and tariffs. He believes that these huge tariffs would make things better over here. Now, I'm not for certain that that's true, but I do believe that would be part of his answer.
Well, do you believe in the old cause and effect?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Donald Trump is the cause, and right now we're going through the effect. Now, mind you, when he was running, he was saying, during the Joe Biden administration, this, and this was going to happen, and this, and this, and this was going to be terrible. Why did he know that? Because he had already messed up. He had already predicted what was the recourse of what happened when he took office.
I don't. Now, you could be right, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's just in Trump's nature to predict if his opposition wins is going to be doom and gloom. I don't care if it's Ted Cruz, Nikki Haley, Mike Pence, Obama, anybody that Trump doesn't like is going to say the outcome is doom and gloom.
Well, look at it this way: when he was in office, it was doom and gloom already. Again, he made it worse by his policies, by his tax cuts. He widened the gap so far between the have and the have-nots. It's a shame. And he's still trying to do it. And I'm glad that Kamala came out with a ad or a campaign ad stating what she's trying to do with giving child credits and things like that on your income tax, and making sure that the wealthy is paying at least close to their fair share. They're not paying what we're paying, but at close to it, and balance it back out, because it probably takes 100, 200 people to pay off some of what one company could pay in taxes if they stop giving them taxes.
I don't believe that a large portion of America agrees with you. You said when Trump was in office, it was doom and gloom. Even a lot of liberals believe the economy was pretty good when Trump was in office. I don't think most people agree with that.
Well, maybe you're talking about the first 2 years, and it still was gloom and gloom, and the reason why it was is because he couldn't shut the F up.
Okay, that's chaos.
Yeah, but chaos is gloom as well. If you're in chaos, your house is not in order. Yeah. So at the end of the day, it was a big cloud over his administration. You know it, I know it. And then came along COVID. He came in with the mouth straight out the gate. And they keep saying, oh, well, he couldn't get anything done because they kept coming at him. Well, when you keep opening your damn mouth to people that already had power, you're not going to just be able to slide off like that, my boy. You can't just say what you want just because it's come to your head.
Bro,
not Saddam.
It's work.
Saddam said anything I write on paper is law. You are not Saddam Hussein. Don't do it.
It's worked well for him pretty good so far. Before I move it on, I want to ask you one other question. He is once again touting the benefits of stop-and-frisk. What say you?
He's an asshole. Again, it doesn't affect him, so he don't care. You know what I mean? He's got guys stopping and frisking people all the time because he's the ex-president, and they have to be screened and make sure that they don't have any weapons on their person. Yeah. So it doesn't affect him. He's well guarded. He's well, I won't say well guarded. Piece of shrapnel through the ear or whatever, but he's guarded enough to where he's not going to go through stop and frisk. So yeah, that doesn't bother him, and it doesn't bother him either. For all you conservatives and call yourself Republicans, that he doesn't mind taking your pew pew first and then sorting it out.
Yeah,
And then sorting it out.
he
Said
did.
that.
He did say that on camera, but he backtracked off of that though. He did say it, but he backtracked from it.
Oh, well, that's just a double down. So when it does happen, he could say, just like he did with Roe v. Wade, it was me. But then when he figure out that majority of the country doesn't like it, hey, hold on, wait a minute, I really don't agree with that. I was just, that's what he does. You know it. You've seen it month, week, day after day, minute after minute, tweet after tweet, whatever. This is Donald Trump. This is who we are. Just pay attention. You had Huckabee Sanders get on there and tell the MAGA spiel talking points, and then you had Dick Cheney's daughter get up there and tell you the real deal. That
was a good interview of Liz Cheney as well. You know, with her dad is also. I mean, they're two very high-ranking Republicans, and I think George W. Bush has announced they're not endorsing anybody.
Yeah, and that's just the thing. The whole thing with it is you want to be on the right side of history, number one, and then number two, it's what have you gotten from this guy that is so great? And I'm not talking about taking women's rights and giving it to the states, because that's what he did. You took a right that somebody already had. You didn't have to go over it.
They didn't have a right. They had a privilege. He took away a privilege.
Well, you call it a privilege, or they call it a privilege. I call it a right, because it's their body.
Right.
And then on top of that, it's just one of those things where if you don't see it for what it is, I just feel like you're blind, you drunk the Kool-Aid, you're part of a cult. And yes, the South shall rise again. That's what MAGA means to me.
All right. Fair enough. Stick, appreciate you coming through.
Yes, sir. Have a good one.
All right. And that's what we're asking folks is, I don't know why the lighting on TikTok is terrible. I'm just a black ass dot on TikTok. I don't know why I got to fix on that, but it is your boy Tim the Handsome Liberal. We do not block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. You don't have to agree with the host. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comments section. That's how free speech works. What we're talking about today is, what questions would you like to hear asked of the presidential candidates? And I see in the comments, Rod, there is a ring light. That's what I've always been using. That's why I don't understand. See, there we go. I'm turning the light down. There is a light behind there. I don't know why the hell the light is not the light. It's the damn device. Something must be off with my with the smartphone. That's exactly what we're using as a ring light though. On YouTube, it's very bright, so I don't know what's going on. Dump Trump, says Roger Carey. Well, 2 months. About 2 months, a little bit less than 60 days now. A little bit less than 60 days. Yes, I am a black dot, and I don't know why. I don't have any. Let me see if I turn off some shit. I don't know if I was to turn off. I'm just trying to see if. Yeah, there we go. It's the television. There we go. That's crazy. All right. Well, we need the TV on behind me, so I don't know why it's doing that. So anyway, moving on with the Moving on with the program. Tap the screen, by the way. Get the likes on up to about 15,000. And somebody said, you light skinned now. Okay. All right, well, I'll take it. Looks like the focus or whatever it is on the device is cleared up. Okay, so tap the screen, get the lights up. What do you want to hear asked of the candidates on Tuesday night? Who do you think is liable to win? Do you think Trump can beat Kamala? He's done well against Biden. He did well against Hillary Clinton. Do you think he can also do well against Kamala Harris? What do you think? So going to the box, and I see in the comments, what has she done while in office? That's a very popular question, William Gates. She is vice president. That's it. Why do folks expect the vice president to have this huge list of accomplishments while in office? What is Mike Pence known for accomplishing? I mean, when Al Gore was in office, or when George H.W. was sitting behind Ronald Reagan, when do you normally celebrate the accomplishments of a vice president? That isn't something you normally do. So I don't understand why Mike Pence has been held to this high standard where he's supposed to, where not Mike Pence. I don't understand where Kamala Harris is being held to this high standard Well, as a vice president, she should have all this laundry list of accomplishments. You hear Trump supporters suggest that Trump gave us the best economy in recent history, and they don't give Mike Pence credit for shit. So why does Kamala Harris, why is she expected to have all of these accomplishments? I don't understand that. Her job is to be there if something happens to the president. I think just being VP says a lot, says Tammy. Well, it certainly says that the president thought a lot of you. Well, I mean, I don't know what else it says other than that, but it says the president thought a lot of you. I mean, his team vetted you or whatever the case may be and put you there. I don't know if it really says much else other than that. Depends on who you talk to. So Trump added 6.7 trillion to the U.S. debt. Biden added 4.7 trillion. Spending 7.72 Donald J. Trump and 6.13 under Joe Biden, says Vaston. I can't speak on the numbers because under Trump, you got it. Well, Biden too. The pandemic's in there. So what would those numbers be like without stimulus checks in the pandemic? I mean, that is in there. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know if those numbers alone tell the tale. Before I go back to the box, it's like folks who suggest, well, we created all these jobs. You hear Trump, you hear Biden. Under my administration, we created all these. Yeah, but what kind of jobs? You create a bunch of burger flipping jobs, a bunch of jobs at Dollar Tree. That ain't no major accomplishment. They never tell you what is the salary of the jobs. What? Okay, you created 2 million jobs. What is the average salary of those jobs? You never hear that. Just giving me a jobs number. There could be Uber drivers. That ain't saying shit. So they don't tell you that. So sometimes the numbers on its face don't always tell the tale. All right, looking in the comments. But Trump mishandled the pandemic, says I can't read that name there, but you are correct. I think most people do, but well, I won't say most people. I'm vision on that shit. I can't see it. What does it say? C-Dub. In regards to the claim that Trump mishandled the pandemic, yeah, I think a lot of folks believe that. Simply for the simple fact that Trump was kind of making decisions on the pandemic off the dome. I don't know anyone that any of us can cite that Trump was taking advice from. Consistent advice. I mean, he wasn't really listening to the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, the FDA, Food and Drug Administration. Obviously, he thinks Dr. Fauci should be in prison. So when he was in office dealing with the pandemic, where was his instructions coming from? Now, we know he stated that it might be gone by April. Obviously, no medical professional told him that. I think he talked about if you sit out in the sun, it might go away. He probably did mishandle the pandemic simply because the messaging was all over the place. She was over the Senate and voting against policies that would have secured our border, says Eric. Now, that might be a decent point to make. He suggested that when Kamala Harris was in the Senate for 4 years, she was voting against policies that would have secured the border. Now, we know when Kamala Harris was vice president, she was still saying there were no problems at the border. So that may be one decent point to make. I can't push back on that. I don't know the policy specifically, but I know her attitude about the border once she became vice president. So it is more likely what he is saying is accurate than not. And I'll leave it at that. I don't know the policies though. I have a great question Kamala could ask Trump. Well, you're not allowed to ask questions during the debate. Going back to the box, MT Boss. Good evening. Welcome to the program, MT.
What's going on? How you doing this Sunday afternoon?
Doing good. Good to have you on. So we're asking that question. What questions would you like to see asked of either both candidates or one candidate in specific?
Frankly, I really don't even have any questions. And the reason I say it the way I say it is I can't get any direct, real answers from Trump. Never have. And I just want to see their dynamic with one another. I really don't There's really not too many questions. I want to hear how they answer the questions that they have prepared.
So let me now. Okay, I hear what you're saying, but the way you started out, you led me to believe that it really doesn't matter what they say. You kind of already have your mind made up.
Well, I just have very low expectations that he's going to answer anything with any. I mean, it's so bad. It's just crazy. I just can't believe that he's going to answer anything in any way where we can get any definitive data out of it. He just hasn't. I mean, he's just not doing it on.
Let me ask you this question: If what happens if Trump, for some reason, he goes out there tomorrow or Tuesday rather, and it appears that he had a serious epiphany and had a really good debate team. He listened to them. He sounds very presidential, and he's answering all the questions with fairly good answers. Is it possible that you might consider voting for him?
Oh no. Well, here's why I'm saying that. First of all, you and I have talked. I've been on your live multiple times. He's too unethical for me. I can't vote for somebody that just is his moral fiber and he's just too unethical. There's just nothing that he could do.
Give me some. I need you to elaborate. What makes you say that Trump is unethical?
Well, January 6th.
So you do hold him accountable for that?
100%. I mean, but here's the thing. And anyone that doesn't, they just don't want to, Tim. We heard him asking for 11,000 votes. We've had people come out. I mean, it's so much, you can't even cover it all. But just January 6th in and of itself, the Supreme Court talking about immunity for police officers, those are enough for me. That's enough for me. Because at the end of that's just enough for me.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we were talking about this yesterday. For him to say he lost by a whisker and admit that, and I know he's backtracking on it today, I just think about the people that suffered from him knowing that it was wrong and continuing to move forward and
well,
to repeat this lie.
You know why? While you're saying that, people who knew it was wrong in the comments on YouTube. You right? You got a real loud background now.
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Anthony on YouTube is saying, what about Black Lives Matter? So anytime you bring up January 6th.
Yeah. And see, that's what I mean. That is deflection. And that's why we're even having this conversation. None of that. Here's the thing. What about Black Lives Matter? That has nothing to do with January 6th. That has nothing to do with him asking for 11,000 votes. That has nothing to do with him igniting these people to do the things that they did, right? I mean, all the election deniers, people being ran out of their houses, people being threatened, people being having to move, changing their lives behind a lie. That has nothing to do with anything. And until we can just look at one topic at its value, at face value, and say, no one in their right mind with those sort of ethics and morals should have the nuclear codes. There's no equivalence to anybody that's in the live saying, well, what about Kamala? It's not even it's a false equivalency. This man should not be in that position.
Well, now when you bring up January 6th in the comments, Decent, it's a hell of a name, Decent says Trump did nothing wrong. Ray Epps instigated January 6th. And Pelosi did not deploy the National Guard. Now, that's a common response. How do you respond to that?
Okay, so this is what I will say. If that was the case, this is very easy. If that was the case, why did he sit for 3 hours and do nothing? You see, and this is what I'm talking about, Tim. People just are ignoring what their common sense tells them. I can give you 1,000 analogies that most people would say they would never sit idle. Listen, if you were doing the right thing, why would you sit back and allow the wrong thing to happen on your watch? You are the chief. You're the president.
Yeah.
Of the largest country, the largest economy on the planet. The buck stops with you. He could have done something way before those 3 hours, but he did nothing. So to say that it was on everybody else and you deflect and you feed his ego with this stuff. He is guilty of all the things that he's been accused of, in my mind, and I'm going to tell you why. Because your integrity matters. Why do you have a record as once you get convicted of a felon or you're in the system, you have a record. What is your record for? What does it stand for? It's a microcosm of who you are, right?
Generally.
It's a microcosm generally it's a microcosm of who you are and what you've done.
Right.
Right. So that's what I look at. I don't need whoever's saying those things. You can do that as long as you want. But the reality is this: Nick Fuentes kind of lost it. Was it 2 days ago or 3 days ago?
The guy who came with what did he lose it on? Was it the abortion stance or what?
No, Nick Fuentes lost it when Trump came out and said he lost by a whisker. You remember?
Oh, yeah, I do remember Trump said he lost by a whisker. I do remember that.
And then Nick Fuentes said, well, what was this all for? Now, Nick, and again, I don't agree with anything with Nick Fuentes other than the fact that he's looking at it the way I'm looking at it, and he's a white nationalist. He could give a damn about me or you. But he's saying, well, what did we do all of this for?
Yeah.
What did I get on the no-fly zone for if all of this was a farce? What did we do this for? Why did the lady get shot in the Capitol in the chest and die if this was a lie?
Yeah.
It's not my opinion.
I don't have any answer for that. And I did a video on that the other day. Yeah, Trump did admit that he lost the election by a whisker. And yeah, it does make you wonder if people on January 6th, as you're bringing up, and other folks who gave their freedom, their fortune, like Mike Lindell and Giuliani, or even their lives like Ashley Babbitt, if they would have a case, like if you lost, you are correct in stating if you lost it, what we did, what we gave up, what we sacrificed, it was all for nothing. It was all for a cause that we had no chance of ever being victorious on.
Right. And so people are marching and they're at this rally and they're getting all riled up, and we're going to go down there and we're going to fight like hell. And I know there's Republicans and MAGA listening going, they don't want to, it's not about Democrat or Republican for me. It's about, that's the worst type of person, to get someone riled up behind something that they know not to be right.
Well, they're bringing up, now my MAGA side of the audience is on YouTube. And while you're bringing up January 6th, they're constantly bringing up Black Lives Matter. And hold on, but in their defense, because you're talking about getting people riled up over something that's not true, there are some cases of that. The issue in Ferguson, the hands that don't shoot, was ruled. I got to defend what is out there to be defended. That was ruled a justifiable shooting. Yet Black Lives Matter burned Ferguson to the ground. I think, now I'm not a big fan of how this came out, but the George Zimmerman, Trayvon Martin thing was also ruled self-defense. To me, that one's kind of bullshit, but they did rule it to be self-defense. And once again, Black Lives Matter went ape shit over that too. So there are some cases like that.
So here will be my response to that. And anybody that's MAGA, so are you saying that there is an equivalence to the leader?
Yeah.
I'm going to take that premise for Black Lives Matter. Are you saying that the leader of Black Lives Matter has the same responsibility to this country as the president of the United States? Is that what you're telling me?
It's a great question.
Yeah. Right? Is that what you're telling me, that the president of any country, of any corporation, of any business has the same responsibility to protect our principles and our democracy like the president of the United States? I'll wait.
Yeah, and there is no answer. There's no answer for that. The only reason why I brought it up is because there is no answer. I mean, anything they say, because you are correct. I mean, Black Lives Matter is only being brought up because, well, if you're going to punish us for rioting, then you should punish. But you are correct in saying that one is at the presidential level. And I brought that up before, that burning down a CVS or a Best Buy is not the same as invading the Capitol. I mean, but a lot of people try to say it is.
I understand, and you know what? And that's what I'm saying. That's where the conversation. Sometimes you can't even move forward because it's a false equivalency. That's not what. When we put somebody in that office, they're supposed to represent the best of what this country is. I don't expect them to be perfect. I don't expect to agree with everything they do, because guess what? There has not been one person that's sat in that seat that has done everything that all American people want done. It's impossible.
That's
the idea is that they represent the best of us. And whether you're MAGA or Republican, you can't honestly say he represents the best of what we want to be. Not what we are, what we want to be. And that
well, that depends on who you're talking to. I mean, there are people who do believe Trump represents the best of America as opposed to, I mean, maybe you don't agree with it. Maybe I don't agree with it, but there are people who actually do believe it. I'll give you the last word. I do got to move it on though.
No problem. And so when they say that to themselves, that's where you get into what we really believe this country is. Because if you believe he represents the best of us, and there's a subset of Americans that believe he represents the worst of us, that's what elections are for. Yeah. But to water it down to these other nonsensical things, it just doesn't make any sense. And we got to make sure that our kids and the next generations understand the difference.
Good luck with that. Appreciate you coming through, MT. Come on back through anytime, man. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate you.
Anytime. Now, looking in the comments, someone, because Black Lives Matter, my YouTube audience is primarily MAGA, and a lot of folks, I see in the comments someone did say Black Lives Matter killed dozens of people, says John Gruber. Dozens? I'd be curious. I mean, I know some folks have died at dozens? Where did that happen at? I think you might be overstating that. Black Lives Matter killed dozens of people. Now, I will also bring up what my last caller was saying. Black Lives Matter and, going to a building where all of the basically the head of the American government is located, they're really not the same. Perfect example, we just had someone in, Winton or Winston, whatever the name of the town was down there in Georgia, go into a school and took the lives of 4, people, 2 classmates and 2 staff members. President Trump, somebody tried to take his life and they only grazed him in the ear. Guess which one got more attention? Taking out a head of state is always going to be bigger and more sensationalized than trying to take out a regular civilian. That 4 civilians lost their lives in Georgia, and the Trump attempted assassination will get far more coverage. So when you try to compare people trying to take the life of Mike Pence and completely capture the head of the U.S. government to Black Lives Matter, it's not the same. I mean, as I stated, holding Congress and or you can't put setting a CVS or a Best Buy on fire with that. They don't match up. And I'll tell you, here's the proof. Just like I said with the mass shooting in Georgia, 10 years from now, nobody's going to be discussing that. 10 years from now, they'll still be discussing what Trump almost had happened to him. The attempted assassination on Trump, that'll be covered decades from now. What happened in Georgia last week, that'll be old news. Same thing with Black Lives Matter in January 6th. Same comparison. The riots of 2020 from Black Lives Matter, 10 years from now, that shit's irrelevant. 10 years from now, the Capitol building will still be the topic of discussion. I would submit to you 50 years from now, that the Capitol building will still be talked about. They're not on the same level. I understand folks want to put Black Lives Matter and the Capitol building on. They're not on the same level. Like, as I just stated, 10, 15 years from now, nobody's talking about a riot that happened in Baltimore or what happened in Ferguson 15, 20 years from now. It's just not that relevant at that point. The Capitol building will be. So trying to put them on the same level, I don't think history is going to judge it that way. Till the next day, it was noises were heard. They denied the shooting until it was obvious. What leftist did you hear say that? Because I was watching it happen on Fox, so I wasn't even watching the left-wing network. But I don't disagree with you, Ed G. I'm assuming that there probably were some leftists that tried to deny it. That happens. I mean, you're watching what happens to Trump, and then folks try to say, well, it wasn't a well, folks were watching what happened to George Floyd, and people tried to say that was COVID or fentanyl. People are going to do that. Tap the screen, by the way, on YouTube. Smash that like button. This is uncensored programming. We don't block, ban, or censor a damn person. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comment section. You do not have to agree with the host. It is free speech all day, every day. We are MAGA friendly. Always are, always will be. Hopefully, the truth will be out about the attempted assassination, says user. I don't, I think the issue, at least when it comes to former President Trump, it's hard to really pin things down because literally everything is a conspiracy. I mean, when Trump took office, he suggested that Obama was wiretapping his office. Folks are saying, well, one day the truth's going to come out about that. Obviously, the election, well, one day the truth is going to come out about that. Or Mike Pence sold out to the deep state. I mean, it's like everything that goes wrong with Trump, one day the truth is going to come out to why it happened. I don't know where to go with that. I mean, I don't know. Everybody keeps saying the truth is going to. Trump promised to drain the swamp and expose corruption when he got elected. When he left, it appears there was more corruption than when he came. Because now all of a sudden he's suggesting that everybody he brought to Washington is now part of the swamp too. I think some of this stuff you gotta start acknowledging. Maybe it ain't what I think it is, and all of this. I mean, because now Trump has come out and admit that he lost to President Biden during the 2020 election. So if that is the case, then the truth just came out. The truth came out. Trump said he lost. Going back to the box, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 20,000 on TikTok. We'll keep it moving with Mark Johnson. Good evening, Mark. Welcome to the program.
Yes, I was asking if you're going to keep your live up still going for MAGA during Stop the Steal 2 after this loss.
Repeat. Stop this. Let me. I think I know what you're saying. You got me baffled. I'm having a bite moment. But what I think you're saying is that if Trump loses, we're going to have another January 6th Stop the Steal.
Are you going to push the Stop the Steal 2 narrative, or are you going to still support a loser since he lost last time and he's going to lose again this time? Are you going to keep going forward with the Stop the Steal 2 shit, or are you going to finally put down the platform?
I got to assume you're new because I've been saying from day one the election was never stolen.
I've actually watched you for about a year and a half now, and I've seen how well you've been peddling those white tea coins over to yourself. I think you've done a good job bringing it outside of their platforms, and people like me, when I watch you, I see that you push the narrative that they follow, which is pure ignorance, and I see that they also view you the same way. So I just want to come on and thank you for letting this fail, because you've actually really helped Trump fail again.
Give me some examples. Okay, give me some. You're a good guest. Give me some examples of how I. Wait, hold on, hang on. I'm not gonna. Hold on. I'm not gonna show you time, but give me some examples of the pure ignorance.
Yeah, I'm happy to give you examples. See, here in America, we actually watch live on television Trump rile up those ignorant people and lead them to the Capitol.
Okay.
Right? We watched the former president do that, right?
Okay.
We watched it live, so you can't deny that. Also, we watched.
Wait, where is it? I want to hear my pure ignorance. I say the same thing you said.
Oh, yeah. No. Because you've been supporting MAGA for a long time. I've watched you for a long time support MAGA.
Okay.
Every conspiracy, every lie that they come up with, you've been the one putting that out there. And I like to thank you. I want to be honest. This is why I thank you.
You've been watching me for a year, and that's your observation?
Yes, and I want to thank you. And this is why I want to thank you. Because there's been a faction of the YT group that's been about supremacy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the majority of the group, which is the ones who fought in the Civil War, when the Confederates lost, and the other majority that also helped during the Civil Rights Movement when they were going down, and what they called themselves freedom riders, they were sitting there getting hit in the head at the bars against that group of people as well. You know the groups I'm talking about, right?
Okay.
So that group is the majority of America, right? And so when we watch this faction happen with Trump did an amazing thing, and I would give him credit. He made other countries and other demographics across the globe start putting up walls against the white supremacy structure of going into every country and slowly building businesses and taking over their wealth systems. Trump has put up these walls. African countries right now are stopping business trade, taking back their minerals and coins. South American countries are also doing the same thing. Asiatic countries are doing the same thing. All because of the leader Trump.
You're going. In my opinion, you're going.
I'm so proud that Trump has shown the underbelly, has taken the underbelly and put it on full stage. Because you remember during the...
Hey, hold on. Let's have a conversation. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. You're covering too much. Hold on, hang on. Let's talk, but you're covering way too much. You got like a 3-minute spill.
I'm still on one topic.
Okay, well let me get in on some of it because you're going on 2 or 3 minutes. You're not landing the plane really quick. But let me say this.
I'm gonna land my plane right now.
Okay, land it quick. Go ahead, land it.
The senior Bush administration, the Reagan administration, and all those groups before, they were very covert in their in how they practiced the strategic soft power warfare against other groups across the globe. But Trump has taken it to an overt level that's alerted all these groups around the world and has stopped the power structure of the white supremacist group that they're working for years. So I'm very thankful for Trump for doing that, and all the people who are voting for him still, and the demographic numbers when it comes out.
Land the plane. Okay. So you covered so much I can't even remember all of them I want to respond to. But first of all, I will say this: the idea that Trump somehow is encouraged people of color in other countries of color to start banishing, assets to Caucasian folks. That was happening before he came along. The South Africans were already taking their land back. And I will also tell you this, the Chinese have been buying up property in Africa for quite a while. So it's not like Trump came on the scene and all these changes were being made. This stuff was already happening. Now, maybe Trump encouraged, hang on. Hold on, my plane is still in the air. My plane is still in the air now. Now, maybe some folks had a different opinion of Trump. Trump is not liked around the world in a lot of places than other places he is. But at the end of the day, this stuff was already happening. This didn't happen because of Trump. Go.
I disagree.
Okay.
I think Trump put it on a whole new level. Just for example, when he said Mexico's going to build the wall and the president's going and they're going to pay for it. The president came online with a video shortly after and was like, "Hell no, we're not doing that." That is
true. That did happen.
I've ever heard, right? Okay, that's an example. Now, what's going on in Canada? Trudeau. Right? Then that's just two. International leaders, even NATO, oh my gosh. All these countries have put the alert system on, and they actually saw it. I have people that I associate with Thailand. I try to travel to Thailand. I travel to Mexico all the time, and everybody is saying, they're like, before, they were really honored in our society, those groups were. But now, when they get a little drunk and act a little stupid, they get hit over the head, get put out, and get called names, and you hear Trump, and you hear them say things at Trump because they're showing the ideology.
You're hearing it from certain people. Do you give Trump any credit? Because you mentioned NATO. Do you give him any credit for the fact that a lot of NATO member states started boosting their defense funds because Trump told them, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, we're going to back out? Do you give Trump any credit for that?
So first off, no one took Trump in a leadership position seriously.
They paid their money. They actually stepped up their
seriously. They were waiting on our next president, which was Biden, to come in and actually start going forward with our foreign relations and deals. Okay. No leader took him serious. If you look at the
then why did they start paying money? Then why did they step up? If they didn't take him seriously, then why did they step up their defense budgets?
Always going to have a defense.
That ain't what was. Oh. And you say you travel?
So they haven't had a defense budget in the past years. They've never had one.
You say
they always are going to have one. So what are you talking about? They step up. See, that's the thing, is that you're pointing at these little shortfals or these little things that people are doing. Let's talk about the holistic issues. The holistic issue is that
I see it.
In America, people in America, we were sitting there and we were at our homes and we were watching live on television during C-19. You know what C-19
Yeah,
is?
I know what the pandemic is.
We
Yeah.
got to watch this man on live television, who's supposed to be a leader, say that we should be injecting bleach. He was making faces.
He said disinfectant. He never said bleach. Never said bleach.
Making faces when people, the CDC, was trying to educate the American people on how to deal with what's happening in a change in our environment.
He never, wait, hold on. He never, you're misquoting him. He never said bleach.
I'm responding to you and telling you why he's going to lose. Because we watched this live, right? Okay. And so he started a whole anti-masking movement that affected, I know people who are alive from that. And this anti-masking movement that he led, all these things, I mean, let's just be honest, brother. Let's just be honest.
I do got to move it on. I'll go ahead and give you the last word. Land the plane with a little bit of rapid, but go ahead and land the plane. We disagree on everything, but go ahead.
Oh, that's fine. I understand you do, because I know them white teen coins are good to you, right? I do.
You ain't seen a galaxy. You ain't even seen roses pop up. Who paying me? What coins? You've been talking to me for 5-10 minutes. You ain't seen one graphic pop up at all.
I've seen you in the car with the hat in the background. I've been watching you for a long time.
No, you said coins. You said coins. What coins?
And I said he's been doing a good job. He's actually pulling those.
What coins?
Over to his area.
What coins, Eric? What coins?
So I said,
Get to the coins. You're talking in circles. What coins?
I'm talking about just TikTok money, your social platform. You're pulling their money over. Great job. I like to thank you. Okay.
You're welcome. Come on back anytime. We don't have to agree. And there we go. Okay, now let's see Osby. Appreciate that. Thank you, folks, for. Wow. Let me just say this, because normally, I've said this before, and I'll go back to the box. And I see Ed G in the comments said he's flying a Boeing. Kate Landis playing Trump derangement syndrome. Thank you for the hat and mustache alter ego as well. You may have set some off. Thank you, folks. Thank you, folks, for. And by the way, you guys sitting in the galaxy, maybe, drop a comment and I'll make a video for you folks who actually send, some of the kind donations. Since he claiming I'm, always asking for donations, fuck it. You donate a few bucks, I'll go ahead and make a fucking video on your question. But anyway, that was crazy. Now, he says he's been watching me for a year. And according to him, I'm just peddling MAGA. Now, I've seen many folks in the comments that's like, that's not true. Folks, we've been around for about 3 years. I think here's the issue, and I can understand why my last caller felt that way. And I see it, Gabriel Reed on YouTube is saying, ask him if the world is flat. So there you go. That's how he came across to some of the viewers. But I'll tell you, I understand this point a little bit, and that is because I tend to be fairly close to the center, left on some social issues, but I don't see Trump as the boogeyman. And I'm often able to defend Trump on some issues as well. Now, my last caller, far left, likely far left. So if he's far to the left, then according to him, Trump getting up in the morning and taking a breath is wrong. So no matter what Trump does, it's wrong to defend any damn thing. But I'm highly critical of Trump in areas where I think he's getting things wrong. And then I'm sometimes critical of Kamala or other liberals. The issue is when you're in the middle, nobody fucking likes you. I get called libtards and socialists from the right all the damn time. And then you get folks like that on the left that see, that actually thinks I'm MAGA. That's what happens when you're in a tribalistic environment. Everybody is saying that if you're not on my team, then you're a traitor for the other side. So I'll leave it like that. And I see in the comments, yo, Adrian, love the name from Rocky, says all he is left circles. Yeah, I think he wanted to get on and literally have me just sit back and just let him, speak. Most of it would be critical of me. I don't think he was really insulting, but he wanted to be critical of me and he wanted to get his point across. So be it. But this is a free speech program. I do believe in free speech. You can be critical of me all day long. You can be complimentary. You can criticize. You can insult, whatever the case may be. But free speech also includes me too, damn it. So if you're speaking, We're having a conversation. My free speech is there as well. He wasn't interested in that. He was just interested in talking. Anyhow, let me go back to the comments. Pay attention to Trump's hat. 45-40. Okay, this says pay attention to Trump's hat. Molly Wright says 45-47. The dash matters. How so? Are you saying that he's been the 45th, 46th, and 47th president? I'd like to know. And I see in the comments, Lil CC says Hunter Biden's laptop irrelevant at this point. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you how it's going to be. Before I go to the next caller, I've been saying since day one that Trump's Alvin Bragg case would not have happened if Trump wasn't running for president. The Alvin Bragg case, I'm not saying he's innocent, but for the most part, I think if Trump wasn't running for president, they would have made a deal outside of court. He would have paid a few bucks, maybe $1 million or $2 million to get those to make up for what he did wrong, and that would be it. He wouldn't have been facing 34 felonies. And that also applies to Hunter Biden. If Hunter Biden's dad was not the president of the United States, I mean, Hunter Biden, as folks say, well, what Trump did, it's a victimless crime. Hunter Biden's is too. Hunter Biden purchased a laptop, purchased a firearm, lied on a gun application, acquired a firearm that he legally should not have had any right to do, kept it for 11 days and got rid of it. There's no victims in Hunter Biden's crime. So both of those men, Trump and Hunter Biden, at least with the Alvin Bragg case. Now the documents case, the election interference case, I'm not going to call those witch hunts or say they're bullshit or anything like that, because at the end of the day, I don't know what's going to come out in court. The Alvin Bragg's case has been adjudicated, but I'm not one to call cases bullshit before you even hear what the prosecutor has to say. For folks that are doing that, then you're just biased in favor of Trump. Or for folks who are already convicting Trump, well, you're just biased against them. I want to hear what comes out in court. We'll see. Looking in the comments, nothing coming from the court cases. Well, Darren, the reason nothing's coming from the court cases is because Trump is not trying to get these matters settled. He's trying to get these matters delayed. And if Trump wins, you'll never find out what evidence they had. Trump is not trying to get a fair trial. He's trying he's trying for this not to come out at all. Is there anybody that believes that if Trump gets elected, the case will still continue? If Trump gets elected, he'll replace Merrick Garland. His new appointee will replace Jack Smith. And within a few days, they'll announce that for some reason, some way, somehow, this case should have never been brought forth, and the federal government has decided to drop the case. That's what's going to happen. You'll never know what information they had in it. All of that stuff will be trashed. You'll never know. That's what they're hoping for. They're not hoping for an acquittal. They're hoping for a delay. And he successfully acquired that. He's done very well at that. Looking in the comments, Trump go to court and commit crime, and then you justify it. But if you committed crimes, you would be in jail. Hunter Biden would not be in court if he was not the president's Biden's son. I don't think Trump would be in court. I'm not talking about, like I said, I'm not talking about the Jack Smith's, the documents case, the find me 11,000 votes case, the election interference case. I'm not speaking on that yet because I don't know what the hell is going to come out of it. I am saying the Alvin Bragg case is Trump lying on tax documents, essentially cheating the state of New York, if not the federal government, out of tax dollars. That happens. That happens all the damn time. I think that if Trump was not running for president, let's say it was Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or some other rich guy, their attorney would have the government would have indicted them or simply contacted them and told them what was going on. They would have made a deal. Their attorneys would have talked to the attorney of the IRS and the tax government. They would have ordered him to pay a fine. And now running for president, they saw blood, they didn't like him, and they amped the charges up. Same thing with Hunter Biden. If his dad was not in the public eye, that stuff would not have happened. Let me go back to the box. Furback, good evening. Welcome to the program, Furback. And Furback, you might be the man. My last caller My last caller seemed to think that I'm really promoting, according to him, white supremacy.
From a 6'6", 300-pound black man.
Hey, some have suggested that Tim Scott or Clarence Thomas.
Nah, I respect you too much. You definitely don't belong in those guys' sentences at all, brother.
Yeah.
It's on you if you want to touch that, but sometimes you gotta leave them where they at, bro.
Damn, you sounding a whole lot like Kamala Harris now. Same old playbook, huh? Next question.
Yeah, there it is. There it is, man.
So
You can't entertain fools, brother.
hey, I hear you. Word up. So at the end of the day, what questions are you hoping they ask the candidates tomorrow? I mean, I'm going to assume you lean left, correct?
Yes, sir.
What would you like to hear Trump? What would you like to hear them asking Trump?
I would like to hear them ask Trump for someone that was just kidding to being a dictator. How can you take responsibility for? How can you be a civilian and meet with Orban and all these other guys, and that doesn't give dictator vibes?
Wow. Well, first, when it comes to the border bill that Trump squashed, I think the easiest answer is to lie. I didn't tell him to be. That's probably what's going to happen. I didn't listen. At the end of the day, I'm not a politician. I gave them my opinion on it, and they took. Hey, they could have did whatever they wanted to. It's obvious I have the. I'm playing Trump. I'm playing devil's advocate. It's obvious I have the right answer because all I did was gave them advice. I have no power as a regular everyday citizen. They decided after hearing me that I had the best idea, and that bill was loaded with a bunch of bullshit. I mean, that's the answer.
Okay, sir, Mr. Trump, you sound like one of your supporters doing an interpretation of what you said, because I've heard you on film and video a lot of times taking responsibility for that.
Well, artificial intelligence has really progressed a lot. You can't trust what you hear on the internet.
Yeah, agreed, because that ear scratch you got healed up pretty fast.
Well, I do heal pretty good. I'm able to get rallies. Unlike you see Sleepy Joe, unlike Kamala Harris, I'm able to do interviews and everything. So I heal faster. I have to be, maybe the Lord does it, but I have to be ready to make this country great.
Understood. So you got some kind of Wolverine DNA and the deep state is Magneto. Got it.
I don't know if it's Wolverine, but I tend to be able to stay awake a little bit longer than Sleepy Joe, and I don't mind going into the den and answering tough questions, unlike Kamala Harris.
Agreed. I mean, you're there. Now, answering questions, that could be debatable. I like the answer to your question about child care just the other day. That was very
you would. Now that's it. You hit me in the nuts with that. I can't defend that.
My point is, there's a lot of those things, and I mean, I've been saying before Joe got out that, yeah, Joe is one form of an old man that doesn't have it all, and I would argue that Trump is the other side of the old man that doesn't have it all. And I think it was said either by you or someone else a while ago that if either one of those candidates had to go with someone young and viable, that it would be a landslide. And I think
Nikki Haley said that. That came from Nikki Haley. When she was running for president, she stated that the first party that gets rid of their 80-year-old candidate is going to win. She said that.
They should have listened to her.
Well, now she's endorsing the guy, though. So maybe she should have listened to herself. But that was a quote from Nikki Haley.
Well, I mean, she wasn't wrong. She's not wrong for CYA either. I mean, it is, blatant.
Trump has to lose first. Trump could win, and Nikki Haley could go out a superstar, just like Robert Kennedy and the rest of them.
Yeah, he could. And, I love the whisker comment. It went from it was a landslide to now it was a whisker. So maybe the landslide was just a little mud. I don't know.
Well, I think one of the benefits that Trump has is that if he says something often enough, it becomes fact, even if he tries to retract it. People, like for instance, when he was talking about the pandemic, once he started promoting, the vax, he had questioned it for so long, he could not even get his own supporters to go with him because he was suggesting you get vaccinated. It works. They booed him. Well, I do believe it's the same with the election. He promoted that the election was stolen from him for so long that now that he's admitting he lost, well, the deep state got to him, or he's just saying that to get votes. They don't believe him anymore because they've bought into the other side so long that when he switched, they don't switch with him.
So all the sheep is not following the flock leader. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, once you say something for so long, it's hard to get the people he can switch like night and day, but it's hard to get 70 some odd million MAGA to do the same.
Agreed. And I think seeing that, we have Republicans at the DNC, I just think that move with Kamala kind of got some of us left people off hand, but man, that might have been the biggest move in history right now. Because I've been saying that I think Trump might get 50 million votes. I think he's lost that much.
Damn. So you think Trump's voting numbers went down from 74 million to possibly as low as 50 million? That many people jumped ship.
Yeah, I think he lost a lot of them in his mishandling of the pandemic, and I don't think he's gained any new supporters with, a J.D. Vance. I mean, like I said, I lean left, but I could try to see the good and some reasoning in anyone. But I think I told you before, you had one guy that looked like, speaking of Tim Scott, how we started.
Yeah.
He got up there and buck danced and told him, hey, man, I love you. And then you got one guy that called him Schmittler.
Yeah.
He picked the guy that called you Schmittler.
Yeah, that does look bad on Tim Scott. That Tim Scott did all of that. I don't want to use the term shucking and jiving, but they say that. But he did all of that sweating of Trump. Tim Scott ain't said nothing bad about Trump his whole damn life. And he gives it to J.D. Vance and all over social media. I'm a never Trump guy, never liked him. I mean, they making dances and shit off of him. Like, this is the dude you picked? Really?
And then the other guy, Byron, you're one of the good ones. The fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, I don't have any answer for that.
Black jobs. I mean, this is, he doubled down at the NABJ with they had the thing with Sonya Massey, and all he could say was, I didn't like it.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah, he did say that too. Oh, God. Yeah, he did say that. But, Tim Scott, I think the reason why Trump went with Tim Scott is because at the time he was running against Biden and he was looking like he was going to easily win. So he wasn't that concerned with needing a VP to bring additional voters on. I think if he had to make that choice now, and also too, it's clear they didn't properly vet Tim Scott. I mean, it took them a week to find all of that controversial shit about, if you got kids, you should have more votes than women without kids. And I mean, if just a little bit of vetting, that would have came out. And yeah, Tim Scott, there's a host of, what about Ben Carlson or somebody? Could have got a person of color, because Trump was doing all right with people of color doing better than most Republicans of the past with people of color until, Kamala Harris is going to probably siphon some of those. But my guess is if he had put a person of color as the VP, he might have kind of neutralized it a little bit.
Yeah, if nothing else, you would have had some of those people that are of color on the fence that kind of was like, yeah, that's the last blow I could take. Kind of like, well, at least he has a brother behind him, being that he's almost 80 years old. Maybe I could swallow that pill knowing that, he eats 18 cheeseburgers a week, doesn't get on a bike, he doesn't really exercise, you don't see him walking hole to hole at them golf courses. He's usually on that golf course. But you got to give a shout out to Trump. Now, you're talking about Trump eats McDonald's and he's overweight, but give a shout out to him. He outlived Richard Simmons. And, you look at Trump compared to Biden, Trump ain't falling down in shit. His mental abilities and physical abilities seem to be at least competitive with Biden's, who Biden goes out and bike rides. I don't know what Trump is doing, but it doesn't look like he exercises much, yet he's doing just as well as those that do. Okay. All right.
Am I right, though?
I don't think so, but hey, I guess we'll agree to disagree on that one. I don't see the man you see.
Okay, let me explain it to you. First of all, he's 78. Richard Simmons did not live that long. So he outlived Richard Simmons. That actually did happen. And as I said, you don't see Trump falling down. And I mean, there's several videos of Biden falling on aircraft stairs, tripping over sandbags, falling off his bike. That's not happening with Trump. The man got shot and got back up. So it does look like Trump has more physical viability than Biden. You don't see that?
Okay. I don't, but I'll give you that.
Okay.
I mean, I can see why you see that, but
Yeah.
I don't see that. I don't see that. Like I said, I've been seeing a bubbling old man for a long time. You know what I mean? Especially on the second run. I don't see a vibrant. I just see a loud, obnoxious, hey, get Paw back in the house and put him in the bed type of guy.
And you don't see that out of Biden. So you see Biden as more mentally viable than Trump?
I think Biden is more mentally viable because he knows he's old and he knows he has to take his time to fucking say what he needs to say. Opposed to the guy that doesn't give a shit and just like, fuck it, everybody, whatever I tell him anyway.
Well, I gotta say, if you're correct that Biden knows he's old and he's taking his time, if he knew he was old and knew he had issues, he would never have showed up to that debate on June 27th. I mean, you know you're sick. You already know what people are looking for, and your voice sound like that. You sound like Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino, for God's sake. So the idea that he went out there sounding like that, to me, he doesn't appear to know he's old.
Well, I think it was one of those things that he actually watches his game tape. You know what I mean? He watches his film, and he was like, you know what? I can't deny what the fuck I just saw either. So let's do the American first thing and get the fuck out of here. Right. I bet the other guy would never do that.
No, I don't think Trump would bow out, but I gotta say Nancy Pelosi helped Biden bow because Biden wasn't going to just bow out. I mean, when did he bow? It was June 27th that he got up there and sounded terrible. How long did it take before he stepped down? And I think we all know Nancy Pelosi had a big hand in that. That Biden, because when they interviewed Nancy Pelosi after Kamala Harris came up, one of the questions that was asked of her is, I think she was on Bill Maher on HBO, and he asked her, what's your relationship with Biden? And she was like, I think it's great. I mean, she hadn't even spoke with him. She's like, you haven't talked to him? No, but I think it's great. And she admitted that he is not happy. So the rumors that they forced Biden out sound like they may be kind of true. Now, I agree with you that he also decided not to keep pushing and listen to what they were saying. But on his own, he was not going to step down.
Well, I mean, I think that's a testament to what we want the country to be, and definitely that party is that, no man is bigger than the country or the party. And they made that decision.
All right.
Now, I've said before in my Eminem voice, with a real GOP, please stand up. Because y'all balls has been neutered by Orange Man.
All right. Appreciate it, Furback. And you're not the only one saying that, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Peace, brother.
All right, good talk, good talk.
One more thing before I go.
Sure.
Hey, all y'all got to do is swipe up. If you don't like what Tim talking about, just swipe up.
Hey.
I don't miss your numbers, and I'll be here for it, brother. So great show as always.
Appreciate it. By the way, he is correct. Listen, this is a free speech show. So at the end of the day, you're going to hear shit you like, things you don't like. That's how free speech works. We go left of Bernie Sanders to him having dinner with QAnon. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comment section. You damn sure do not have to agree with me when you're in the box. Doesn't matter what you have to say. We give you plenty of time to say. You will be challenged. Now, at the end of the day, I can't control the TikTok gods. So don't get in here and say all kinds of bullshit that you know is going to cause the program to go down. I can't control that. But left up to me, I'll let you speak. I enjoy free speech. And by the way, I wanted to address and I see in the comments, imagine that says, note Tim, more MAGA pukes talking points. Well, all MAGA talking points ain't totally out of left field. They're not all. So I speak favorably of what I hear that makes sense. MAGA, liberal, you name it. And I criticize the same way. Maynard Saves. Thank you for the super chat. By the way, for that type of super chat, if you got a question you really feel is being ignored, post it in there and I'll actually make a 2-3 minute video. You'll see it as a short on YouTube and TikTok. We'll tackle that and actually take comments specifically on your question. Certainly when you're donating $10. Thank you for that 10 piece. Covers Trump inability to tell the truth or talk about his inability of child care. Disgusting. My child could die at a bullet instead of a disease. What the fuck? Now, that's a mouthful. First of all, I was telling my last caller, before I go back to the box, answering Maynard, the child quit, because I was playing devil's advocate. He was playing the role of moderator and asking me questions as if I was Trump. And I gave him answers I thought Trump might present. I don't think I did a bad job here. I stated that's like hitting you in the testicles. Trump's response on childcare recently was terrible. I mean, he does not have any plan for childcare and got up there and tried to say he does. Should have just simply said it's something I need to talk to my people with. You know, this is something I want to talk to the American people with. I'm open to giving mothers assistance with childcare, particularly now that we got some states that may be rolling back Roe v. Wade. We're open to doing something about this. We understand people are in pain. It's going to take us a little time for that to happen, but we are open to it. Right now, I don't have the perfect answer, but I assure you something will be done. Now, that still could be construed as bullshit, but it sounds a hell of a lot better than what he said when he started going into tariffs and all kinds of foreign stuff that made no sense. So I do agree with you, Maynard, suggesting that he had the inability to tell the truth on it. He has really no plan on it. And he was trying to ad-lib or improv on something that he didn't know what he was talking about. I mean, that's literally, it's like you go to school and a teacher wants you to explain the book she ordered you to read over the weekend. And all you've done is read the cover and maybe the back of, you read the front and back cover. And you're trying to read from that quick summary to create a whole book report. and she can tell you ain't read the damn book. That's what it sounds like, is Trump has no plan for childcare. And he was trying to ad-lib and pretend like he did. And I see in the comments, Maynard says that was disgusting. It was obvious too. Now in regards to your child could perish, by being shot in schools as opposed to dying of disease. Tough comment. While I am a big fan of that we need to do something about the issue with gun deaths in this country, I do have to admit, at the end of the day, a child losing their life to gunfire in schools is still exceptionally rare. Except 99.99% of schools in America have never had this happen. It is exceptional. I mean, there are thousands of schools in this country and that's one of the reasons, because people say, well, we defend our money better than we defend our kids. Why don't we have armed people? The reason why is because people are more likely to try to harm your deposit in the bank than they are your kid. And we're in a capitalist society. People don't like to waste money. If 99.99% of school, and I'm making a statistic up, but I bet you I believe it's probably more than 99.99% of schools. But I'm simply saying, if you got to pay a cop $50,000, $60,000 a year to sit at a school, and it's unlikely that anything's ever going to happen at this school for years and years. In a capitalist society, people are going to start cutting costs. Like, when it comes to budget cuts and things like that, that's going to be the first thing people live. This is not happening. Let's step down from a trained armed officer to a security guard. And they start lowering the quality because it's something that ain't being used. That's how capitalism works. I'm not saying it's right, but instead of paying an LEO, a law enforcement officer, $60,000-$70,000 a year to sit there at your school all day, somebody's going to try to cut costs. And we can hire a security guard from this neighborhood outfit. He's allowed to carry a revolver, and we'll have to pay him $30,000 a year. That's how this stuff works. This is what, until obviously somebody come in there and the damn $30,000 a year guard is too scared to get in the gunfight and runs off, and he's like, damn, this is one place we should not have cut costs. But you don't realize that until it happens. But that is the reason why we defend our banks better than we defend our kids, is because banks are likely to get robbed. If you put children in a school and you don't have armed security, there's still a really good chance nobody's going to come in there and harm them children. If you put money in a bank and there's no security, it's almost guaranteed somebody's going to come in there and fuck with that money. Secure the money more than they will secure the children. Looking in the comments, 9/11 happened one time. Now everybody has to be at the airport 2 hours early. Yeah, but they've even relaxed a lot of the issues on that. If you look at how travel was right after 9/11, now you can buy I forget what it's called, but I know people who've purchased things that allow you to skip the having to take your shoes off. You can buy things that expedite your passage through security when you're getting on flights, and it's just money. I mean, a terrorist can afford to pay for that. You don't take off your shoes, you don't take off your belt, all of the security checks that you normally would have to go through. You can pay a little bit of money and skip all of that stuff. You think a terrorist can come up with the little fee to pay that? So they've even relaxed that. Like I said, at the end of the day, we are a capitalist country. We care more about money than anything else. We will put money over lives, period. We will put money over your life. Going back to the box and I see the comments, now I don't want to fly. Well, I'm just telling you. So, who says that? Trump's mind isn't right, says Curly. Trump's mind isn't right. How? Trump is disgraced. It's embarrassing. I got some Trump haters out here tonight, don't I? Harris wants to mandate a gun buyback, says Charlene Royal. Well, is it a gun buyback with gun bans attached to it? If she just says there has to be a shop in every county that buys guns, okay, that's still not stopping you from purchasing a firearm to protect your family and keeping the one you got. You don't have now. It's a difference if she says by law you have to sell your gun back to the government. I haven't heard her say that. I love to see that you're saying she supports gun back. I would have to see evidence where Kamala Harris has come out and stated she wants to do something like that and take those guns away. Because keep in mind, every liberal that runs for office, according to the right, is going to take guns away. When Obama got elected, the price of ARs went up 3 times because they were convinced Obama was going to take away AR-15. I don't think Obama even discussed that. The 8 years he was in, I don't think he really even talked about. He certainly didn't talk about any policies. And I'll go to the box, and I will say this. What's unusual is that the right hammers the liberals on the threat of the Second Amendment rights, when in reality, the only actual president in recent history that's done something against the gun rights is Trump. He banned bump stocks. He talked about taking away guns without even giving you due process and mental health issues. Talked about fighting with the NRA. His Trump record on the Second Amendment should be worse than Biden's and Obama's. But the right gave him a pass for saying some pretty sinister shit. I mean, and of course, banning bump stocks. Trump is also on record as saying you don't need an AR, you don't need. I mean, there's a lot of anti-gun quotes from Trump. And the right now in the comments, Adrian says cite your sources. I can play it for you on video. I mean, I can play some of this shit. I'll go to the next caller, but I'll cue up some video. I don't need to cite sources. He's on video and it's coming out of his mouth. Cite my sources. How about Trump? Trump is my source. Let me go to the box, and while I'm doing that, I'll give you a little something for your entertainment shortly. Patrick, good afternoon. Cite my sources. That's funny. Patrick, good afternoon. Welcome to the program.
Hey, how's it going, man? I would ask Trump what he plans to do if he does not win the election.
Ooh. What now? He's going to say that as long as the election is held free and fair, it is what it is. But I mean, I think at the end of the day, we know that Trump will never see the election as held free and fair.
I'm just saying, and I don't know. He said it. Something that came out of his mouth said that he would leave if he didn't win because America is doomed and all this other crap.
Wait, say that again?
He said that he would leave. Trump said he would leave America.
I don't know if he can, can he? I mean, if you got...
I don't think he can, but he said it. He said because if I don't win, I think it's just, he thinks America's going to implode. It's the worst thing ever. But that's just, I think that's just him talking.
How much would the country have to implode for a multi-billionaire, as he claims to be, to have to fill it? It doesn't. Even if America implodes, you'll be all right. You got a ton of money.
Well, because because honestly, I think he's scared about going to jail. He might not even go to jail, but I think he's a little afraid, even if he's on house arrest or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
And come on, people like Trump, they got money all around the world. They ain't got all their money sitting over here.
True. That's what happened with Rudolph Giuliani after he was ordered to pay $80-some million to Ruby Freeman or whatever. He tried to put in for a bankruptcy, and they told him that they denied his bankruptcy on the grounds that you hide money in other places. He was doing that, but yeah, Trump certainly. I believe has money overseas and things like that, but I don't believe he's going to lead the country. I don't buy that at all.
But it wouldn't shock me.
Really?
Honestly,
he's almost 80.
You look at somebody. He can't even admit that he loses at anything. He's never apologized for anything. He's always making excuses for things. I mean, the last thing he said about you send your son off to school, then he comes back a girl, because they're having surgery. It's just the stuff that he says is asinine, as you probably heard a few of them.
Yeah, he's almost 80 years old. You gonna leave America at 80? Really? I don't think he's gonna. Yeah, he's not going nowhere.
Well, he better hope they don't put him in jail. I mean, even if he go to jail, what is it going to be like? I mean, shit, it's probably be like...
It'll be, at the worst, they would put him on house arrest. To put him in an actual facility would cost a fortune because, you got to take the entire Secret Service apparatus with you to the facility, making it hard on them as well. They would probably just put him in his house and tell him to stay in the crib.
Yeah, I think so too. And I agree with your last call. Trump's moving a lot slower than he did a couple of years ago. I wouldn't be surprised if he dropped dead. I mean,
Damn! Jesus Christ.
I mean, you look how he moved,
He moving that slow?
Yeah, man, I don't like Trump, as you can see.
Yeah.
I watch his rallies and stuff on TV and stuff. I watch him. And he moving just about as slow as Joe is moving. He ain't falling.
No, here's why I disagree. When Joe Biden, and this, I think this is before he screwed up on June 27th. He was out there telling people he needed to be in bed by 8 o'clock, and you don't hear Trump saying that stuff. I mean, I get that Trump is moving slower, but he still seems to be way more alert than Biden.
Trump can be half dead and can't play golf no more, and you won't hear him say that. He'll lie and say he won a championship to the last day.
Okay, I can't argue with that. I can't argue. You make a good point. Yeah.
The man is never going to show you he's weak, and he'll hide it till the day he dies. And if he have to lie about it, he'll lie about it.
That's a good point. I can't deny that because they said he did. That's what Chris Christie said he did when he had COVID and he walked to the helicopter and things like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they later said that they were really concerned his oxygen levels were low, and he tried to put on a tough face, and they were like, he was really messed up, and he should not have done that. So, I'll agree with that. He will, until his dying day, continue putting on a tough face.
That's the question. I know I probably wouldn't get, just like the man said before, he never going to answer you straight. But that would be my question. Honestly, that would be my question. And he'll, like you said, he's going to go through well, if it's fair, there's no way I'm going to lose. Yeah. But what will you do when you lose?
Do you think there's a chance that, because some folks are saying this, and I see in the comments, Zach C on YouTube says Kamala will censor the entire country if Trump is elected in 2020. Now, I mean, I guess what are you saying in the 2 months that they remain in office? Because if Trump wins, he takes over in January. So the Biden-Harris team will still be in there for 2 months. How is she going to censor the whole country in 2 months? I don't think she can even get permission to do that. But go ahead.
I'll say this, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but why is it every time Republicans, MAGA, and I split the two, they over exaggerate every damn thing they say they're gonna do. It's just like you were just talking about with the guns. They've never threatened to take away the guns. Trump has threatened more than everybody else, but yet and still, they go and say, "Oh, they're gonna take our guns. Oh, they're gonna do," and you know, it's crazy. I mean, I don't.
Well, the liberals do that. Remember when Biden was running against? Biden was vice president back in 2012 when they were running against Mitt Romney, and he stated that if we elected Mitt Romney was going to put us back in chains. I mean, that's kind of an exaggeration.
Well, yeah. I think it's you right. I can't.
Thank you. I thought you were trying to tiptoe around that.
Oh no. But see, the simple fact of the matter is, they said it, and then people looking like I said. Like I say, if Trump get back in office, we might as well go back to Jim Crow days.
Damn.
I mean, I mean, come on. I know you peaked at Project 2025 and Agenda 47, and I put them next to each other. I had one on my phone and one on the computer, and when they got the same sentences in there for certain things, come on. I mean,
well, Trump is trying to say, well, because Agenda 47, he actually does admit he's trying to say he's not for Project 2025, but at this point, I do agree with it's kind of a tough sell because there's just so many connections between him and they're mentioning his name all throughout it, so it is a bit tough.
You got paragraphs. Now, if there's a sentence here, a sentence there, but you got paragraphs that are identical.
Yeah,
that's the crazy part. But you know, I mean, it's nor here nor there. I mean, I hope the man lose, and if he don't lose, I'm gonna live my life the same way. I mean, you know, let's see if we put some more taxes on her, and I have to give up some more hobbies.
Well, ain't nothing wrong with living your life the same way, but don't ever become a pregnant woman because you may not have that right. I gotta move it on though.
All right, I'll try not to do that one though. Hey, thanks for letting me come up, man.
Anytime.
I'll keep watching.
Anytime. Thank you. And thanks for the support. And I want to, I promised to play this. I found what I could. A couple of these clips I am aware of, but apparently when I looked up a few and found a lot. So I won't play this too long. Hopefully if I can get my screen behind me to reset there. Because I talked about the fact that it's often believed that the liberals are the ones threatening the Second Amendment. But in reality, I think that if I'm correct, at least in our lifetime, I'm a man of 50 years, so I can remember Reagan. A little bit of Carter, but I was real young. But I can remember Reagan. I can remember George H.W. I can remember Bill Clinton, George W., Obama, Trump, Biden. Out of those presidents I just stated, I think that Trump has probably did more against the Second Amendment than because, like I said, they blame the liberals, but I think Trump has probably been the greatest threat to the Second Amendment out of those individuals. And I do want to play a quick clip. I think this is from 2017.
The president met with lawmakers at the White House yesterday and told them he'd even support bypassing due process with the surprising remarks from the president. Paula, good morning.
Good morning. The central theme of the president's agenda was strengthening background checks for folks trying to purchase weapons. He brought that up about...
I'm going to see if I can skip to his wording because I understand this is CBS. If you're MAGA, you don't trust any of these damn networks. So I want to skip to it coming out of his mouth because you're not going to believe any of the narration coming from any CBS journalists.
Of mass shootings.
We have to act. We can't wait and play games and nothing gets done.
President Trump stunned lawmakers on both sides of the aisle Wednesday with his overarching demands for gun control.
I'd take the firearms first and then go to court.
After Vice President Mike Pence suggested court procedures for removing guns from dangerous people.
You hear him there say, take the firearms first and go to court. I'm going to see if I can find something else without the damn reporters talking so much. Because like I said, I know half of my audience don't believe any reporter that has anything critical to say of former President Trump. So I'm trying to find a clip where he's just talking without all the interruption, because and this isn't the only time, by the way. He's talking about Trump has said some really critical things of the Second Amendment, which is why I stated it's amazing that he continues to get a pass, and the liberals are often getting blamed on the Second Amendment, because Trump has said a lot of things against the Second Amendment. Let me see.
About who? Yes.
That ain't what I'm looking for. I just want to, before I go back to the box, I see in the comments somebody says he is not doing Project 2025. You know, if I just want to make sure I'm actually keeping up with the comments. Video didn't show anything. No, the video didn't show anything. I'm trying to find one that does. Because like I said, I know with my audience, if it ain't 100% from him, you're not going to believe. I mean, I don't care if it's Sean Hannity saying it, you're not going to believe it. So let me see here. I don't know what made it click on the other one.
Power E-Trade's award-winning trading app makes trading easier.
I'll look at the comment while this commercial is playing. I go back to President Roosevelt. Wow. Really? No, you don't, Dee. You're not that old. Roosevelt. What, isn't that during World War II?
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, in the category, you spoke about it, Mr. President, gun violence restraining orders. They're called. California actually has a version of this, and I think in your meeting with governors earlier this week, individually and as a group, we spoke about states taking steps. But the focus is to literally give families and give local law enforcement additional tools if an individual is reported to be a potential danger to themselves or others. Allow due process so no one's rights are trampled, but the ability to go to court, obtain an order, and then collect not only the firearms, but any weapons in the possession
Or
of that
might
individual.
take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system. Because a lot of times, by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
Tell me what liberal says something like that. So he's basically saying that if you're mentally ill, they can take your gun before you get a court date. So the judge hasn't even determined that you're mentally ill. I mean, what is this? Your wife says you're crazy, or your children or somebody? I mean, take the gun first and then give them that. That came from his mouth. There's no report or anything in that. That's the kind of clips I was trying to find you. What other liberal says something that's that strong? Take the guns first and then give them due process. So as I stated, all somebody has to do is essentially report you as having PTSD or something like that. Let's say, for instance, you have several firearms in your house. Somebody was on your lawn, or somebody was talking shit at your gate or something, and you made a threat. And the neighbors, or maybe a friend of the person you threatened, called the cops and said, this person is crazy. He's saying they should be to come to your house and take the gun first before even giving you a court date to defend yourself. Now, you just heard that happen. So for you folks that say that the liberals want your gun right, why does he get a pass on this? And I haven't even gotten the bump stocks or him talking about fighting with the NRA. Like I said, I think that Trump is getting a pass, but it's amazing that the right suggests that the liberals are the ones that are after your guns. I don't know any liberal that has said anything that is this, any liberal president. Now, maybe you want to go to some mayor in Chicago somewhere, they may have said something like this. Beto O'Rourke yelled out, "You're damn right, we're going to take your ARs." But at the presidential level, no Democrats have talked like this. Trump has said this is way stronger than anything any liberal has said. Looking in the comments, anyone signing up to take guns? What do you mean signing up? That doesn't make any sense. He said take guns and then give you due process. There's no signature required. I own a lot of guns. I want to left, and I disagree. Well, Mondo, well, if you're on the left, I get it, but I'm just simply saying he's clearly talking about taking. This is a clear infringement on the Second Amendment right. Looking in the comments, Tim talking F Trump, F Orange Man. All right, Andy. Democrats constantly want to ban guns they know nothing about. They act like an AR is some insane weapon of war. You can see the issues with Democrats, but you're excusing this? I don't understand it. Tell me, explain it. The Democrats are talking about taking the ARs and things like that. I get your point. But how does this get a pass? Yeah, how does he not get talked about? Are you picking and choosing who can threaten your Second Amendment rights? Because he clearly is doing it. Going back to the box, and I see Vaston says an AR was legitimately invented for wars. Yeah. And that's the thing is that the liberals, I'll go back to the box, but by the way, tap the screen, see if you can get us up to about 40, 45,000 on the likes on TikTok. Smash that like button on YouTube. 120, can we do that? 100, HUNNIT, 120. Can you guys smash that like button on YouTube? By the way, folks, if you do enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle, follow the program to my TikTok users, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. We are here Monday through Friday. I agree. The AR was invented for war. I do believe that. Now it's what is it? Semi-auto, one pull, but for the most part, easy to handle. You see the 14-year-old, low recoil, accurate. I mean, yeah, it's a good weapon for war. It is a good weapon for war. And the liberals get hammered all the time for calling it an assault rifle, and the right goes, well, what is an assault rifle? I've brought up on the show several times all of the 1980s magazine covers when Guns and Ammo magazine, when they first got the public got the right to buy these things, they were calling them assault rifles. And then all of a sudden they stopped. And now the right wants to make the liberals look stupid because they're make that term up. That's actually what they were calling them. Look up any of the gun magazine covers from the 80s. You'll see on there, it says the word assault rifles. They were actually calling them that. M16 and M4 look similar. That was created for war. Yeah. The problem is kids are getting killed over and over again. What should we do? Let's talk it out for the next 100 years. Well, I'll go to the box now, but point, because you hear folks say we provide more security for our money than we do our children. Well, we also provide more security for gun ownership than our children as well. If you look at the laws over the last 20 years that favor versus protecting the Second Amendment, it's pretty clear we've more focused on protecting the Second Amendment than children. There's been all sorts of laws passed to protect the Second Amendment. When it comes to children, even, the liberals believe it's good. It ain't passing a whole lot of laws to treat mental illness. Mental illness treatment should be free if you live in a right-wing state. If they're going to suggest that it's mental illness that's costing people lives, then you shouldn't need any health care at all. You should be able to walk into a mental health facility and get treated 100% free. They're not doing it. You don't have any more access to mental health treatment in a right-wing state than you do in the left. Yet they're saying that mental illness is what's causing children. They're not doing anything about it. But like I said, the Second Amendment, we're certainly protecting that. Mondo Mingo, is that what I'm reading? Let's see if it brings him up. Okay, there we go. Mondo, are you there?
What's up, man?
Hey, good to have you on. What am I getting wrong?
Hey, actually, the only thing I wanted to address, it was something the other day that you brought up, and it was you had addressed somebody who had said that Trump supporters that they were suckers. And you had said, no, they're not suckers. But I do believe they are suckers. Because if somebody's continuously telling you lies and you're giving them money, you're giving them that support, and they're continuously lying to you, telling them that crime is up, telling them that immigrants are coming over committing crimes, raping people, doing this and that, and you continue to support them, aren't you being a sucker at that point?
Yeah, you are if you fit the narrative you just stated, but all Trump supporters don't fit that narrative. First of all Trump supporters certainly aren't giving Trump money. They don't all believe he won the election. They don't all believe 18 million. Some folks are just favoring Trump with the economy. Some folks that believe that we weren't that close to World War III under Trump. They, no, when they say Trump supporters are suckers and losers, they're painting with a very broad brush what used to be 74 million people. Every Trump supporter does not have the same mindset. There are certainly some brainwashed people in the crowd that would believe anything Trump says. I don't disagree with that, but they're not all like that. I've talked to plenty of Trump supporters that do not believe what he said about the 2020 election at all, for instance. They just think that the country and maybe even the world is safer under Trump.
Right. I hear you.
Yeah. And I know they ain't all donating money.
Yeah, of course not. And then, as far as the 2A goes, I'm on the left, and I'm a staunch supporter of 2A myself. I own 2 ARs. I own a multitude of handguns, a shotgun. I grew up hunting. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I'm the first who will give up my ARs if some more mass shootings like the one at this one.
So you're a supporter of the Second Amendment. You're a supporter of the Second Amendment, but you would give up your rifles?
Oh yeah, I'd give up my shit quick. If we could stop these school shootings, I'd give up my shit quick.
I think you're the first person I've ever heard come on the program and say that.
Yeah, if we could end these school shootings, I'd give up my shit quick. And I think when I hear people say there's no need to own ARs, the reason why I keep my ARs or whatever, the reason why I want to hold on to my ARs is because the people on the right want to hold on to their ARs. And I hear them always talk about their civil war, this and that, and because of the neighborhood I live in, that as well. Yeah, I don't live in the best hood, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, and that's the problem. Yeah. That's the problem, though, is that we have kind of like an arms race of sorts. Certainly, with folks saying that I need to have a weapon to defend myself. Hunting is in there some cases, but also folks believe they should have to have a weapon to defend against tyranny. So what you're constantly doing is having an arms race because, okay, you got whatever you got at your house. Then they come up with something bigger and better, and you hear that the criminals have that. Then people upgrade and they upgrade. It's literally an arms race. And in America, we have this mindset that America is a phenomenal country, and the only thing holding it together is people having guns. If we got rid of guns, your neighbor would rob you. Somebody would invade us. I mean, it's like the gun is the only thing keeping everything around us would literally turn into a monster and be out to get us if we did not all have guns. That's a lot of gun owners believe that guns are the only thing that keeps this country together. And as long as we have that mindset, I don't know what kind of progress we can make.
Right. And I think whenever we do have people making these laws and whatever, you have to make sure that we have the right people making these laws. Because when you're talking about assault weapon, an assault weapon could be a hammer. An assault rifle could be any rifle. When you're talking about an Armalite rifle, that's when you're talking about an AR-15. But then you got AR-9s, AR-10s. When you're talking about the AR-15,
let me ask it to you this way: is it possible to have a weapon in your house that cannot reasonably fit the definition of self-defense? Like you got something in your house, let's say it's laying on your bed, and somebody look at that and says that's way more than you would ever need for self-defense. Is it possible to have a weapon like that, in your opinion?
Sure.
Would you be okay with banning weapons that fit that narrative?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, you don't need a 30-round capacity rifle on your bed. Yeah, absolutely.
So they are, but limited to, what is it, 17? Well, it's 30 rounds, ain't it? And they are, what is the mag? What's the mag size? It's 30, ain't it?
In Colorado, it's 15-round capacity.
15.
In Oregon, it's still 30 round. That's where I just moved from, so I still have 30-round capacity magazines. that are grandfathered in. So I still have 30 round capacity magazines, and in Colorado the max capacity is 15 rounds right now. And
like the drums. I mean, not the drums. The bump stocks that Trump banned that they've legalized again. Is that necessary for home defense? I mean, obviously it screws up the accuracy and everything.
absolutely not necessary. No.
Yeah. Well, see, here's
Not
the
necessary, just a waste of rounds, really.
yeah. Well, see, here's the issue: is that which is why I don't think we can make a lot of progress on firearms, because a lot of 2A folks have the mentality that any type of law at all is a stepping stone towards total gun confiscation. So because they believe that if you give them an inch, they'll take a universe, even common sense gun laws are off the table because they believe that common sense gun law is a stepping stone towards taking all your guns. So they don't give an inch. So as a result, all of the weapons we just mentioned, you can own in most places. You can own a firearm in America even if you don't have eyes and ears. I mean, you don't even need arms, and you can still buy a gun.
See, that's where I see the problem is those people who say shall not be infringed are going to ruin the gun laws for us responsible gun owners. They're going to ruin the shit for all of us, because these kids coming up now, these Gen Z kids who have been going through all these gun, through the
deaths,
through the shooting, through the
they're the ones that are dying.
Right, they're the ones who are going to come up and make these gun laws coming up.
Yeah,
the ones who are saying shall not be infringed bullshit. They're going to tell them these are our gun laws now.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So they're the ones who are going to make the gun laws coming up, and they're going to those ones who are saying shall not be infringed bullshit. They're going to ruin the gun laws for all of us, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is, the younger crowd, the laws they support are different than folks that are older like me, for instance, because a lot of the things that I might vote against is because I'm not going to have to deal with it. Like climate change is really popular for the 18 to 30-year-old voters. Well, because they're the ones that's going to be dealing with a fucked up climate. I'll be dead by then. The same thing like you mentioned in the younger crowd is in favor of, limiting gun access and things like that because of what's happening in schools. Yeah, because it's something that's more real to them. When I went to school, we were under the desk during, the Soviet Union threat from nuclear war. We weren't worried about somebody coming into school and shooting up. It wasn't a concern. They recognized that. That's something that they had to live through. So they're going to vote on it different than me because it's real to them. For me, it's just something I see on the news. They know what it's like to be in schools and be told what to do if somebody comes here and taking lives. I never heard that mentioned once in my years of school.
Right. Yeah, same here. I'm 47 years old, so, same difference. We do the earthquake drills, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's a different world, and we're gonna have to abide by their laws eventually.
So do you think we could ever have any real we could ever put a real dent on gun ownership? It'll never be zero, but I mean there's 450 million guns in this country. Let's say you maybe get it down from 450 million to 25 million. Is that possible?
To that extent, I don't think so. I mean, I think at some point we may be able to ban the sale of ARs like they have in Washington State. I think we could see that happen throughout the U.S. at some point, perhaps. But I mean, to have like a sale back or something like that, I don't see that happening. Yeah. We're not gonna have something like Australia or anywhere else throughout the world.
Basically, they said Australia. Basically, most of the free world, you can't obtain firearms like you can in America. There's Switzerland, I believe so. I think a little bit in Canada, but most of the free world, you don't have access. But I got to move it on, Mondo. Appreciate you coming in here.
Yes, sir. Thank you for letting me have my time.
Anytime. Come on back. Anytime. Thank you. Looking at there's definitely room for improvement here. Yeah. And I'll tell you this, because we talk about freedom and things like that in America. There's a lot of countries out there that have the right to vote, democracies, republics, whatever you want to call it. They have the right to vote. Like you saw what happened with Brexit. You know, they were able to vote on separating from the EU. Now they don't like what happened, but they were able to vote it in. And if you notice, because we always talk about America's the best country and everybody want to come here. There's a lot of things about America that other countries around the world favor, but you don't hear many of them trying to pattern them system. Are two areas of America that most first world countries do not want to pattern themselves after because they're not good. They're not, I mean, you don't see many first world countries saying, we want to get rid of universal health care. We only want people who have a job to get it through their employer. I've never heard any first world country suggest that because they realize this. Now, their systems are not perfect, but ours is worse. The same thing with firearms. Very few first world countries have any. Now, there may be some people in the country that would love to be able to own firearms. Certainly if it's a country where they recently had them and they had them taken away, like he mentioned Australia. Back in 96, I think they lost their firearms after a mass shooting. Norway recently lost theirs after a mass shooting. New Zealand in 2015 lost theirs after a mass shooting. I'm sure there are people in those countries that want to get their guns back. But it's not a major push. I had a guy come on the program from Australia about a year ago, and we were talking about it was another mass shooting that had took place at that time. And I asked him, you know, because he mentioned they had taken away firearms there. And I was like, you guys ever try to get them back? And he said, similar to what I just stated, he's like, you know, every time we do get a politician that starts talking about bringing back gun ownership to Australian citizens, we get rid of them real quick because they use what they see in America as an excuse to go against gun ownership. You know, I mean, we're televising schools being shot fairly often. I mean, they get all of our news. I mean, they're watching Law and Order and in Chicago PD and all of our television. They see that shit. Like, damn, it's violent as hell over there. They see it. When I lived in Australia, I received a couple notices a couple times from their government warning Australian citizens about going to America. Like, there is a lot of gunfire there. Be careful. Talking about certain places not to go and things like that. The citizens are heavily armed and people get shot. So it is what it is. Looking in the comments, I see somebody said fear tactics. I think the amount of folks getting hit by rounds in America is not fear. I mean, it's a real thing. If you want to say it's fear tactics, then why are the Second Amendment folks carrying their firearms so much, inciting they need them to protect themselves? The Second Amendment crowd is even admitting that people get shot a lot in this country, so much so that they need a gun. Looking at the comments, I don't know what echo chamber you guys are living in, but a lot of the younger people I know want armed guards at their schools, not signs to protect them, while elected officials hide behind guards. Chris, I believe that. I'll go to the box, but I do believe you are correct that the young kids want armed guards at their schools. I don't deny it. I don't disagree with that. But as I stated earlier in the program, we are a capitalist country. And in this country, the bottom line is more important than everything. It's more important than your health, your safety. The bottom line is more important than your damn life. And well over 99.99% of schools in America will never have a mass casualty event. So the idea of paying an armed officer, and I'm just talking about just one cop. What are they earning on average? $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year. The idea of paying a cop that kind of money at every school in America to sit there for an event that is almost guaranteed to never happen. It won't be long before the bean counter starts saying, anytime we need to save money or cut back in the budget, this is one area where we can easily cut back because this is not going to ever happen until it happens, of course. But like I mentioned earlier, if you got to pay a cop $60,000, $70,000 a year to sit at this school and protect kids from a shooting that's unlikely to happen, well, if we need to cut back, why don't we go out and hire a security guard? There's an outfit across town. They'll send us a security guard every day. We only have to pay him $30,000. This is how capitalism works. Just like you saw what happened with the Palestine train, the train in Palestine, Ohio that tipped over and all the toxic chemicals. Well, the minute regulations drop, we don't need to have as many people on the train to watch its safety. I mean, people are focused on making money. That is what happens in a capitalist society. If people can save money, they will certainly trade your safety. And a lot of folks are like, "Well, I'm not a big fan of regulations." You're talking about a lot of money. I mean, think about a school system like Los Angeles. How many schools are in that town? If they got one or two cops in every single school that is making 60, 70, $80,000 a year, you realize how expensive that is for something that is not happening very often at all? Like I said, the minute there's any wrinkle in the budget, that's one of the first places they're going to cut. Okay, instead of having two cops in each school, we'll have one. Instead of having one, we'll get a security guard. Instead of, okay, these two schools are only a mile within each. Okay, he goes to this school, he sits there for 4 hours, then he goes to that. I mean, they'll keep limiting, because it's not being used. That's how it works. They'll keep cutting and cutting and cutting until something happens. Going back to the box. Thank you, folks that are tapping the screen. Get the likes up to about 60 thou. We'll go to May Rule. Good evening. Welcome to the pro. Train 2 teachers per school. How much extra do they get paid? If you want to train a teacher to use a firearm, which she'll never had the same training as a cop. So she, like I said, this is just like going from a cop to a security guard. The teacher doesn't, I mean, you consider, I mean, how often are you going to send a teacher to the range to use a firearm? She's not going to be that well trained. Mayru, good evening.
What's up, Tim? How are you?
I'm doing good. So what do you think? You think an armed teacher in schools would be a good idea?
I'm so glad you talked about this. I've been in the education system for 24 years.
Wow.
Yes, and currently right now I am a school counselor. And like every time that a school shooting happens, we always say, oh, let's do thoughts and prayers. Well, thoughts and prayers are not helping.
Yeah. At some point, you got to realize that God is not going to stop this. I mean, we've had dozens, if not hundreds of these by now. I think it's kind of time to realize prayers are not very effective in solving this at all. But what about armed teachers? You think that's a good idea?
Okay, so this is we talked about this the other day. It's self-degree and criminal justice. I went to the education. I went into the education. That's something else. And then, but I also have a degree in clinical and school.
You overqualified.
Yeah. But also, me living in the great state of Texas, before Governor Hot Wheels passed that law, I had my carry and conceal license. And I am a very liberal person with a lot of... I guess you call it weapons of mass destruction. I don't know, because hell, a hammer can be a weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, you know. So let me say this. I hear this all the time. If you get rid of firearms, people will just use something else. You're talking about you can use something else for it to be a weapon of mass destruction. Now, all of that is true, but you notice nobody's doing that. I mean, there's a lot of places in this on the planet that have banned guns. People are not picking up hammers to anywhere near the frequency, or even knives. There are some stabbings, but compared to the amount of shootings we have, no one is using alternative weapons anywhere near that effectively.
And you know why, Tim? Because if you use a hammer, if you use a knife, or anything that gets close to a victim, it is personable.
Yeah. And not only is it makes taking a life more personal, it also is more difficult to take the life, because like for instance, this 14-year-old in Georgia last week, he took the life of 2 classmates and 2 adults. You take the AR pattern rifle out of his hand and put a knife or a hammer in his hand, all of them folks ain't dying. He's not going to kill all them folks at 14. Some of them folks, the teachers may have overpowered them or outran them. That's what I'm saying. You can find other weapons to take a life, but it's a lot harder to succeed than it is with an AR. You don't have. It doesn't matter how fast they can run. It doesn't matter how much stronger they are than you. None of that. You have the great equalizer. But if you put a knife in that kid's hand, people may live. I mean, all kinds. I mean, it's not going to be the same success rate.
Exactly. Excuse my puppy. She's having a little fun over there. And it's funny that you said that because there has been several instances, and mind you, I'm in Texas, but there has been several instances where a kid was pissed off, came to school, and they brought even a kitchen knife, and I was able to subdue them before the resource officers came to assist. However, now they try to say every school should have some type of officer there. Unfortunately, I'm in elementary, so they did not have enough resources for that. No. So you know who they call the resource officer in my school, Tim? Take a guess.
The janitor?
Tim, I'm 5'9". I'm a brick house. I'm 220. Ooh. So guess who they? Yeah. If we had, back in the day during the slave days, they'll probably put us together. They'd be like, "Ooh, they gonna make some good babies." But anyway, yes, they would sit there and use me as a resource. But that is very much unfair, because at the end of the day, they know that I have the mental capabilities and I also have the certification.
But that's exactly what I just talked about. You are a living example of what I talked about before you got on, is that they'll start out with an LEO or actual cop, and when they need to cut back on the expenses, they'll start coming up with cheaper ideas. And you're the perfect example of it. They cut back, and you're doing double duties now. I mean, that's a perfect example of that.
Exactly, but they're not gonna pay for me to have a weapon. They're not gonna pay for my little it's now 76 cents per bullet. They're not gonna pay that.
Wow. Yeah.
They're not gonna pay that. They're gonna say thank you for your service. And then once I get shot, because I'm the youngest of the family, they gonna look at my mom and say she did a good thing. She protected those babies, and here is a lifetime membership to a local dance floor. What the hell is they gonna do?
And thoughts and prayers, of course.
But thoughts and prayers is not gonna end this. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, and they don't pay you. Do they pay you anything extra for doing it?
No, first of all, I refuse, because that's not my job. And second of all, what do I look like being a comforter carrying a weapon?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing I'm also concerned with. Not only are the folks that are doing this going to be far less trained than cops, I also got to wonder if some of the folks doing it may not be, gung-ho folks with something to prove. Like some teachers that, fuck around and find out I wish a motherfucker would type teachers that might not be the right person to put a gun in their hand.
We have a lot of those, especially our older crowd. So, but at the end of the day, there really needs to be some type of, I'm glad that they arrested the father. They already knew that it was something wrong with their child. But in this 24 years, I have noticed there has been more psychological centers closed than and the more it's an opening of different prison systems here in Texas.
And that's capitalism too. Like I said, at the end of the day, we're more focused on capitalism. I mean, if the prisons, the penal systems in this country are for profit. So closing down mental institutions and putting folks in the for-profit penal systems, or in some cases, they're even making products that can be sold, and they're only paying them a nickel per hour. I mean, it's all money related. I mean, they don't. If it causes folks' lives to be in jeopardy or folks' safety to be negotiated, they don't give it. It's all about making money. And I see in the comments in regards to what you said, May, Bama the landscaper says you should want to help others without extra money.
And you know what, Bama? I totally agree. And I was there before. But like I said, Bama, I'm the school counselor. I'm not the one that's supposed to be sitting there telling everybody to go back, and I'm like, what was his name? What was Clint Eastwood's Make My Day, motherfucker? There's a balance when you are hired.
Yeah, the crazy thing is the same person that'll say you should want to help others without getting paid would be the first person to say, I don't want my tax money to increase the salary on teachers or give them tuition forgiveness or universal health care. It's all good with telling you to help somebody else. But then when it comes to him paying a little bit more in taxes to help somebody else out, then he's not for it all of a sudden.
He's not about that life.
Right.
So I need to tell you, Bama, roll tide rolls and stay in your fucking lane. And on that note, Tim, have a wonderful day, my love.
Bam! Appreciate it, mate.
Man, dingo babies.
Hey, you got me blushing and I'm dark skinned. Appreciate it. That's good shit. That's one reason why I always say I would have a hard time running for political office. They dig out skeletons in your closet. All the skeletons in my closet are big boned. Anyway, look it in the comments. I'm all for giving teachers everything they need. I was married to a counselor for 21 years. Bama, the problem is there's not enough of people like that. That's why teachers are one of the most underpaid professions in this country. You keep talking about, well, we secure our money better than we secure our kids. Yeah, we pay the people at the bank more than we pay the people that are teaching your damn kids too. So it's just the way it is. We don't, if it ain't making money, people don't really give a damn about it. People just really don't give a damn about it. Looking in the comments, there are literally already school resource officers for every district in the country, and it's already been federally funded. What did they do with the money? It's a good question. That's a good question. That's something we'd all have to look into. That is a real good question. I have never heard that, though. That every school, you're saying there are already school resource officers for every district. I have never heard that before. So I'll leave it at that. But if folks are complaining that the schools do not have enough protection, then they should be making more of a fuss about what you're talking about, if that is true. LOL, I know teachers, LOL, I sell Coke to them on the regular, says Chris. All right, I'm going to leave that alone. Voting your best interest, Black Man 903. I like that. There are literally... and as Chris says, there are literally already allocated funds for this. Stop talking about capitalism like it's a bad thing when it's the bureaucrats who have fucked off the money that's already been there. Well, that's in the name of capitalism too, by the way. The bureaucrats fucking the money off. All of that shit's capitalism. Just understand that. It's just corruption and capitalism are to some degree part of the same bird. Hey Tim, who you voted for Harris to be the nominee? Hey Tim, who voted for Harris? Are you saying I voted for Harris to be the nominee, or who did it? I don't get that. You're literally talking bullocks. Look up school resource officers. I don't know I don't look. I don't have time to do it, but I would love to have that information available. I haven't heard that. Every district in the country, I don't believe that. And I see in the comments, Bing Bong New York says Trump is anti-constitution. Ooh, capitalism has been a failure since its inception. Xavier McLeod. I'll go back to the box. In regards to the claim that capitalism has been a failure since its inception, I don't buy into that. I believe that if you have, appreciate the support. Thank you for the hat and mustaches. I'll go back to the box shortly. But if you have capitalism with socialist tenets, it works. True capitalism, you'll have monopolies. You won't have, like right now, you're down 911 if you need help and the police come. That's socialism. If in a true capitalist system, the firemen would charge you for that. That's true capitalism. I don't think anybody wants that. So yeah, true capitalism would fail really quick, because if you are focused on the bottom line, then if a person doesn't have money, to pay for your good or your service, you don't have the time of day for them. And in a truly capitalistic society, everything you get, you'd have to pay for it. Everything. You'd have to pay for it. It wouldn't be out of tax money, it'd be out of your damn pocket. Because the police are taken care of by the tax money. That's what funds the police. Well, if you're broke and you're not contributing, you still can utilize the police. In a capitalistic society, you don't get any of that. If you don't have any money, you don't get the service. Your child going to public school. If you're a poor parent, let's say you're a single mom with 3 or 4 kids, and you can't afford to pay for your kids to be schooled, either you're going to homeschool them and they get no education. That's how capitalism would work. So if it was true capitalism, I don't think anybody would like it. Red G. Good afternoon, or better yet, good evening, Red. Social Security is a socialist program. I think a lot of our programs are socialist, because if you get rid of them, the society would fail. Red G, good evening.
Yo, what's happening, Tom? I just wanted to say we don't really need a metaphor or a comparison. The public schools is already socialist.
Yeah.
It's already funded by local taxes and the federal government. It's already socialist.
Yeah.
So blaming capitalism on one of the biggest social problems is nonsense.
What do you mean?
And I don't think we're looking at a gun control problem. I think what we're looking at is an epic failure in the Department of Education all the way around. These people can't pass audits just like everywhere else. They're not educating students. We have almost no mental health whatsoever. They're not training kids how to deal with their emotions. How are you teaching them anything if you're not teaching them how to write a check?
Yeah, but how do you better some of that stuff? Most of the stuff you're talking about to better it is going to cost money, particularly the mental health side of things. You're going to need more facilities, more treatment available. Society, as a capitalistic society, we don't want to pay for that. The same thing when universal health care came up. A lot of folks did not want to give that to people. You would need something like that to make sure people with mental health got treated.
No, I don't agree with that, and I'll explain it in a couple of reasons. We already have enough time and enough money. They're sitting here with, I think it's a $21 billion budget. We have the money. We can pay for Ukraine. When we're sitting here and people are learning gender studies and we're learning the inside of a cell and a mitochondria, but they haven't told you how to deal with your emotion. It's nonsense.
Okay, well, the money just went to Ukraine.
Okay. In 12 years of you having these people being indoctrinated the whole time, you couldn't get into mental health. You couldn't teach them how to regulate emotions.
Indoctrinated how?
Indoctrinated and all this bullshit. They're teaching us a bunch of shit that doesn't mean anything. Doesn't make any sense.
But that's been happening since the beginning of time. Wait, hold on. They've been teaching us since the country was founded that Christopher Columbus discovered it. That's bullshit too. What are you talking about? They've always done that. That ain't new.
Right. That's a problem. I'm not saying it's new. I'm saying it's a problem.
Yeah, but I'm trying to find out, how are you suggesting that mental health is not the problem when there's enough money there? You brought up the Ukraine war. Hang on now. The Ukrainian war just started in February of 2022. Everything we're talking about was happening long before that. So the money going to the Ukraine is no excuse for why this hasn't been treated.
So from the time this country's inception, we've been at war for 98.9% of the time that we've been a country. We've been involved in some war or another. We're sending money to some war or another. I'm not saying it's a new problem. I'm saying the money is there. The budget's there. It's all there. We could do it if we wanted to. We're not seeing mass unalivings at the U.S. Treasury. We're not seeing mass unalivings at banks. We're not seeing mass unalivings anywhere. The Department of Education has a duty of safety, and they're not fucking doing it. Period. That's the problem. They have the money. They have the resources. They got everything they need. They got the buildings. They can sit here and erect these big-ass buildings and then don't put a fucking lock on the door. It doesn't make any sense.
You saying they have the money? Wait, hold on.
$10 billion in defense.
You saying they have the money?
It's nonsense.
You saying they have the money, yet teachers have been historically underpaid in this country for quite a while. Public schools, the books and everything is. You're telling me the money's always been there?
Hell yeah. You don't think we have enough money in this country?
I don't think we have enough money in the places that it is needed. That's the difference. No, I don't believe the school system, the Department of Education, has this kind of money. No, I don't believe it's going to them like that. I disagree with you.
But when we look at so we look at Title 42, we look at all of these departments, Department of Treasury, all of these departments under the executive branch of the government. They physically can print money. So there's no way that money could be the problem. It's time. They're not utilizing the time wisely. There is absolutely no reason that we can sit here and teach you how to find the area of a triangle, but not teach you that, hey, maybe there's another way to resolve this fucking conflict.
Well,
because you're gonna do.
You mentioned they can physically print money, so there's no way money to I don't care how much money you can print. If you don't want to share it with me, then I have money problems. Just the fact that you're printing money right doesn't mean a damn thing to me if you're not sharing it. Yeah, they're printing money, but it's going places to like the military. Now, you mentioned overseas conflicts and things like that. They're not giving it to the education department. Hell, Trump is telling me shutting the education department down. They're not giving it to them. So it doesn't matter if they're printing money. They're not sharing it with that department. That's why teachers have been underpaid for so long.
The Department of Education has one of the biggest budgets in the fucking world. $21 billion annually. You can't tell me there's something I can't do with $21 billion every year, and then we're gonna add on to it, and that doesn't even include the local taxes. Come on.
I don't know. You say $21 billion. I'd have to really sit down and calculate how many teachers. Hold on, hang on. I'd have to calculate how many teachers are in America, how much it costs to give them health care, how much does it cost to maintain schools. I mean, that may not actually be that much money when you think about the thousands of schools there is in America.
There is no way that we can sit here and say, hey, we're gonna give out all these social studies books and science books. We're gonna do all this. We're gonna build all these big buildings, but we can't take an hour a day to talk about conflict resolution. We can't take an hour a day to talk about emotional regulations. Everything is already there. We're just not managing it. You're sitting here with all these guidelines telling teachers, oh, you need to read this and read this and read this. Every year they got more stuff that they have to do, and almost none of it is aimed at, hey, let's continue emotional regulation beyond fucking third grade.
Well, I tell you this, you're talking about that they have plenty of money in the budgets there. I don't hear anybody, even the folks who believe what you're saying, I don't hear anybody bragging about how well teachers are paid. So clearly, the people you need, hang on. The people you need to do what you're talking about, them people ain't getting paid shit.
And I agree with you, but the problem is the whole thing is top heavy. You're going to sit here and pay all these executives hundreds of thousands of dollars to sit there and come up with these stupid-ass guidelines that are failing. Our education system is failing, not just on the mental health, but on everything. People are getting out here. People are homeless because they don't know how to fucking do a budget. They don't know how to emotionally regulate. They don't know how to write a check. Why the fuck are you sitting here telling me what a mitochondria is? And I don't know how long it's going to take me to get to work.
Well, I tell you, when you want a system that's capitalistic in nature with little to no regulations, this is what you get. I mean, most corporations too are top heavy because we want to remove regulations. I mean, certainly on the Trump side of the aisle, I don't want government getting involved in everybody's business. When you remove regulation, the people at the top take a bigger piece of the pie. That's just what's going to keep happening until you get more oversight. Now, Trump is talking about getting rid of the Department of Education. Then we're going to have mostly private schools. This shit's going to be worse because you're going to have less regulation. So the people at the top are going to do the same shit, but probably on a wider scale.
I don't believe that more private schools equals less regulation. I think that means that the parents, the people involved, are going to have more say so, which I think will be more oversight.
Well,
right now you got this person in DC and then this superintendent that we may fucking never see making all the rules. It doesn't make any sense. It's nonsense.
No, I'm not a fan of going to the private schools because the question remains is what happens to the kids who cannot afford to go to those schools? That's
it doesn't need to be. private schools, but it needs to be managed by the community that's there.
If you got a community that can all agree. I mean, in diverse communities, that shit ain't gonna work. If you got a community, like if you're in the middle of Wyoming where everybody is Christian, you know, everybody's heterosexual, there's no LGBT kids going to the school, there's not a lot of diversity, you can do that. But if you're in the middle of Philadelphia somewhere where there are a hell of a lot of people with different backgrounds, that ain't gonna work as well. I mean, you're gonna have a lot of arguments at the school council meetings and every damn thing. You can only do that in areas where everybody is on the same page. We can put the 10 Commandments in school because all of us are Christian. You can do it there, but in diverse areas, that I don't think that's gonna work as well.
We could assume that it's not going to work. We can think that it's not going to work, but we can prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that this isn't working. I'm from Detroit. I'm from Detroit Public Schools. I grew up in the 90s. Mm-hmm. So y'all can't tell me that this is working. I'm sorry.
I don't disagree. The schools need a little bit of TLC, but I don't know if going to a private system is something that I would favor. I just think that anytime you privatize something, the have-nots get screwed. I mean, I don't know any system that's been privatized and has been beneficial to the have-nots. Every time you do that, the have-nots lose out.
And I'm not advocating for private schools. I'm just saying that we can do as public schools with billions and billions and billions of. Tim, I think you're looking at the 21 billion, 38 billion, and thinking, no, that's not really enough to pay all these teachers. And then another year and another year and another. Come on, what?
No. I think the problem is kind of what you mentioned. It's probably a lot of top-heavy executives that's siphoning off a bunch of the money, but who talk about taxing the rich and reducing how much you can earn. The right is not a fan of that. You hear the liberals all the time saying you shouldn't be to make, $50 million and the folks that are at the bottom are only making $10 an hour. The right is like, there should be no limit on how much somebody can get paid. They're the ones that's in favor of that.
I'm not saying the left or the right is right. I'm saying that we need to reform education.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's what I'm saying, like dramatically.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. But like I said, I mean, there's so many avenues it's gotta be dealt with. But I don't know if I would agree with you though that there's enough money in the system already for it to work right and it's just being misappropriated. I believe there's probably a shortcoming of finances. I believe that system probably needs more money too, though.
Okay, so all right, let's meet in the middle. Do you believe that the Department of Education could afford one weapon per school for defense?
I don't. Here's what I'm gonna say. I don't know. Obviously, a gun doesn't cost much. So the gun on his face, easy. But there's training, insurance, because if the person who has that firearm mistakenly takes a life or has it taken from, if something go wrong with that firearm, so that school has to have insurance. I don't know how much that's going to cost. And then of course, incidents do happen. I mean, most police forces, there's always a payout to somebody in the town that got screwed. That stuff adds up. So at the end of the day, I don't know if the answer is yes or no to that, because the incidentals are going to be in the millions. If you take a teacher's gun and you shoot somebody with it or beat a kid over the head, I mean, that family's going to sue for a ton of money. But yeah, can they afford a gun? Yeah, they can afford $200 or $300 for a pistol, but all the incidentals that come with it could be millions of dollars.
Only millions?
Depends on how much damage is done.
Defense. So, because when we talk about defense, which is what this is defending America, their budget is trillions.
What?
833 billion plus Veterans Affairs. This is all under defense. So sitting here with billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars. How is it that we're claiming? How can money be the problem?
Oh, easy. Money. The reason why money is a problem because, like I said, we're a capitalistic country. People don't like to spend unless it's in investment form. Like, for instance, people go, why can't you help homeless people in America as opposed to sending money to the Ukraine? Because the money going to the Ukraine is an investment. We're going to get access to Russia out of that money. We're going to get another ally. We may get bases in the Ukraine. There's no payback to helping out homeless people. We don't like to spend unless it's in helping out kids as opposed to building a new aircraft carrier or a new, a whole squadron of F-22s. You actually make money off the military stuff that you don't make off helping kids. Look what's going on in the Ukraine right now.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm hearing you right, because this sounds fucking crazy to me.
It is. It's capitalism in work.
Ukraine is an investment, but the children of the United States, that's too much.
Yes. That's how capitalism works. Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah. What do you think capitalism is about? They'll tell you tobacco is safe for you if they can make money. They don't give a damn about your kids. They don't give a damn about you. They'll give you if they can get you to hold on. If they can get you if they can get you or your kids to buy poison to make a buck, they'll sell it to you. They were actually marketing tobacco and vape and shit to kids. They don't give a damn about your kid. They want to make money.
I'm not asking the government. I'm asking you, Tim. Are you telling me, in your personal opinion, that Ukraine is an investment and the children of America is not?
To the people who have the money, yes. The people.
To you, I'm asking you personally.
To me in the country, it's a better investment to keep the kids good, to keep people healthy with healthcare and all that. It's an investment in America. But to people who want a return on their money, they're better off going with the military or Ukraine.
I can agree with that.
And that's where they're going. That's why the money goes to those places as opposed to your kid or some kind of social program in this country. They don't profit off of that. They profit off of selling weapons and war and all of this other stuff.
I strongly disagree that children are not an investment for this country. I strongly disagree that these social programs don't already have enough money. And also I disagree that we couldn't give them more. I don't think it would change anything if we took $5-10 billion from the defense budget and gave it to education. I strongly disagree with that.
If we thought education was important, not only would we make sure the kids were doing all right, we would also give citizens, what are we fighting for? Tuition forgiveness. We're fighting for, a few extra years of school that you don't have to go in debt to pay for college. Universal health care is another one. If you thought investing in the country, because that's what investing in kids is investing in the future of this country, you would want the people in it to be healthy. That's also investing in the future of the country. You want to give people universal health care. Clearly, they don't believe in investing in the health in the future of this country. And the kids are included in that. Clearly, our country is not like that. They're investing in things they're going to get a financial return in, not investing in the health and welfare of the country.
They are heavily invested in the health and welfare of this country. We are misappropriating the funds. It's abundantly clear. I don't know how much more clear it could be.
I just gave you health care. You see the resistance to universal health care? That would be clearly investing in the health and welfare of this country. Did you see the amount of resistance there was to that? Did you see the amount of resistance there is to tuition forgiveness? That's investing in education.
As somebody who actively campaigned in 2016 when they did this, it is not the health care that people were actively fighting against. It's the way that it was used.
There is no universal health care, I don't care how it's used, that they're going to be in favor of. None. No matter how you rephrase it.
Because for a lot of people, during Obamacare, a lot of people got their first health care. A lot of people got their bill going from $200 to $1,200, and now they're saying, "Oh, can I pay for this health care, or can I lose my house?" So that was the problem. I canvassed in 5 states. People were showing me the bills.
Everybody talked about how
saying, "Hey, I don't want health care here." They're saying, "Hey, don't take it out of my pocket to go give it to somebody else so I lose my home."
Right.
You can't just change somebody's bills at random and not expect them to be mad about it.
And I see in the comments, Double Luck said it best. So nothing is better. Got it. That's what people were promoting. I don't like Obamacare. I'd rather go back to nothing. That's what people are trying to do. They go back to nothing.
A lot of people, if right now, Tim, if I decided without anything to do with you, that you're going to pay an extra $1,200 for anything, right? You're going to be like, yeah, I'll take the 0 instead of the $1,200. It wasn't all good for everybody.
I think you're kind of making the point I just said. People don't want to invest in this stuff if they don't get anything back out of it. You're making a clear-cut example. If I invest in healthcare, then it's going to make something on my end go up. It's going to cost me money. If I don't get nothing out of it, I don't want to invest in somebody's healthcare, or I don't want to invest in schools. You're making a point. You're focused on your own finances.
So there is a difference between a government that can literally print and produce money, making an investment, and people that are on a set budget that are literally going to lose their house and become homeless, making an investment that they didn't authorize.
Everybody, wait. You said on a set budget. Everybody that was resisting universal health care was not on a set budget. The whole damn right-wing party was against it. They're not on a set budget.
You think they just have infinite money, Tom?
I think they didn't give a damn about giving people universal health care. Even though you say infinite money, even the wealthy members of the right did not favor universal health care. People who actually did have infinite money didn't favor it.
So I'm going to give you a real solution to healthcare. Right now, everything that you buy in the United States, you can get it from another country way cheaper. That is the real problem here. That we pay the most for everything, we buy the most everything, and we're not getting a deal. And that's just the fact.
Okay. And the people who have no money at all, you want them to go and buy it from a foreign country?
No, I'm not saying I want them to buy it from a foreign country. I'm saying I want to. We have all of this government, all of these hundreds of government entities, and we can't. And you guys can't go and get medication cheaper.
So that's your solution, is to send Americans to other countries to get medication?
At no point did I say that, Tom.
You're bringing up other countries for what reason?
Because it's cheaper there. The same product is cheaper in another country. Why? Because our government is not doing its fiduciary duty.
No, maybe it's because they don't have the regulations, and they may send you a tablet of fentanyl that they told you was something else. It's not safe to always buy your medication from another country. If something goes wrong, you have no recourse in a lot of those countries.
We have the most preservatives. We have the most sulfates. We have the most poison in our food. So if you're going to bring up the FDA, it's a joke. It's literally a joke.
Okay.
They literally have better products at lower prices in other countries.
I'm often amazed that the wealthiest country on earth is always screaming, "I can't afford something." We can't afford it. The stuff that they give this stuff to the citizens in these countries, universal health care, the education we're talking about, they actually give this to their citizens in all these other countries. And in America, the wealthiest country on earth, nobody can afford anything.
It's not that we can't afford it. We're not. Our government they're poisoning us, literally.
Okay. I don't know about you.
We literally have a Food and Drug Administration, and we have the highest obesity rates. We have the highest rate of heart disease. The shit doesn't make any sense. They're not doing their job.
Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean it doesn't make any sense? When I started out the conversation telling you capitalism is what we base everything on, and less regulation. The FDA often doesn't always have the ability to intervene. They can't just tell McDonald's, you got to put better ingredients in here so kids. No, they got to get permission. A lot of folks do not want government oversight telling companies what to do, and if you don't tell companies what to do, they don't always do what's right. That's why this stuff, they know this shit is addictive to kids, even though it is not healthy for them, and because they have the money to lobby to the right politicians, it's difficult to tell them to stop. That's what I told you about marketing tobacco products. Put a lobby to the right politicians, and the politicians limited the FDA and these three-letter organizations you're talking about from getting involved. You sound like you don't grasp how capitalism works, in my opinion. It's about making money. It's not about doing what's right.
And I understand that, but we can't just blame capitalism. Like, if you have an FDA, I'm not arguing against regulation. At no point have I argued against regulation. I don't know where you're getting the interpretation that that's what I'm doing. You guys are saying Republican Party, Trump. I haven't said anything in support of the Republican Party or Trump. You guys are misinterpreting what I'm saying because of some sort of cognitive dissonance or misbelief. I don't know where you're getting it from. I never said anything against regulation. I'm saying that we have a Food and Drug Administration. They're getting millions and millions and millions of dollars, and they're not doing their job.
Most of that money, most of the
Department of Education, and they're not doing their job.
I think what you don't realize is most of that money they're probably getting is to not do their job. If all of a sudden you do a study, if you do a study and you determine that Kellogg's Frosted Flakes has an insane amount of sugar in it, and you're looking to do a study to get this out to the public to maybe propose some kind of limit, all of a sudden millions of dollars is donated to the right lobbyists and then to the FDA. Well, go do a study on Fruit Loops. Leave us alone for now. Here's a few minutes. A lot of the money you're talking about they got is probably given to them to look the other damn way.
Yeah, and I'm not arguing on behalf of that. I'm not saying that it's good that we have lobbyists. I'm not saying citizens.
I am telling you, when I say capitalism, as long as America is based on money, everybody's focused on money, a lot of the good causes you're talking about, that stuff will never get done. Everybody is more focused on making money than doing all the shit you're talking about. I'll give you the last one. I do got to move on, man.
I just want to ask you, you can answer it or not. I just want to ask you, so you, in your opinion, you can't make money responsibly? That's not a thing, it's not even possible?
Hey, you can make money responsibly. You can make a whole lot more irresponsibly.
I can agree to that.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. And I'll give you examples. Dumping waste, like what, you hear about folks, dumping toxic waste. Yeah, you can make money responsibly, work with OSHA and making sure you dump your factory's waste in the proper spot. But you'll make a whole lot more if you can find a nice dumping ground. If you can lobby to a politician to let you dump it out here in the desert or maybe in the hood somewhere where all the houses are bordered, you can make a lot more money doing things irresponsible. That's how it works. Looking in the comments, capitalism is the best system we've got. Johnny, I agree with you. I know I'm bashing the hell out of capitalism, but I do believe capitalism is the best system there is, but it has to be with checks and balances. And I personally believe we have, as time went on, began to remove too many checks and balances to the point where it is starting to become problematic with the higher people make money. But you shouldn't break up the employees from being able to be unionized. You shouldn't all of a sudden go from paying an employee. It used to be if you worked 8 hours a day, anything over 8 hours, you got paid overtime. Well, they, once again, lobbying to the right politicians. Now you got to work 40 hours in a week before you get overtime. So they can work you 12 hours on Monday, 12 hours on Tuesday, 12 hours on Wednesday, and tell you to take Thursday and Friday off. You haven't made a dime in overtime because you never crossed the 40-hour threshold, but every day you worked half the whole fucking day already. You don't work 12 hours those days. This is what we're talking about when you remove regulations. That's capitalism. That's how it works. We had Obama trying to change how they could deem people on salary, for instance, where it used to be, as I stated, if you work over 8 hours or whatever the case may be, you get overtime. All of a sudden now they start paying people on salary because they can make you work a whole lot more hours without you going on overtime. Once again, this is how you pass laws to skirt things, make a fortune, and mistreat people. So now all of a sudden, this person got to work, instead of you're working them 60 hours. Used to they work 40, they get 20 hours of overtime. But now you just deem their job a salary, and they don't get any overtime. How many jobs are going 1099 now instead of W-2? You think people ain't losing shit in that? Look at how many Americans are working with no health care, no unemployment insurance. I mean, this is capitalism. This is how it works. This is how it works. You got an industry, you lobby to the right politician, and now all of a sudden your industry is deemed independent contractors as opposed to W-2 workers. Just saved your industry a ton of money on paying health care and all these other benefits. That's how it works. That's how capitalism works. It's not about taking care of the people, because now all of the people that work for you don't have health care. They clearly need it. It's not about taking care of the people. It's about making money. That's all it's about. It doesn't matter about your health. Doesn't matter about your damn kids. At the end of the day, it's about making money. That's all it's about. Looking in the comments, real quick, want to respond to a super chat. The schools are teaching our children to celebrate mental illness, and that's okay to think that completely sexual deviance and delusional behavior is okay. Now you're talking about the LGBT stuff. Here's something out, because my last caller brought it up as well. Teaching about is that really been taught in most American schools? Now I'm an old dog. I don't know. I know the right is not big fans of anything LGBT, particularly trans. Is that really being taught in most American schools? Because it is mentioned a lot on the right. And I guess I'd also want to know is, okay, if you teach a child what it means to be gay, what it means to be trans, what it means to be bi, call teachers, what it says, you can't call teachers Mr. and Mrs. now. Is that true too? Damn. I get the point that it is, what do you want to say? It's different than how we grew up. It's evolution in a manner that a lot of us older people are not big fans of. I don't mind. I consider myself an ally of the LGBT community. I don't believe that transgender folks are out to harm and sexually assault kids like the right does, but the evolution works like this sometimes. Now, I'm trying to figure out what is being taught in schools about the LGBT community that the right is so unhappy about. Now, I've heard about quote unquote tampon Tim. Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota. Okay, tampons in the boys' bathroom. The right is making a big fuss about that. How does that harm kids? I mean, I'd be curious. Now, it is different. It's totally different than how we grew up, but how is that harming? What is the harm that's doing to children? Because it's coming up all the time. I see in the comments, B Smooth says they're making it up. Is it completely made up? And Bruce A.U. says, why is it being taught, period? You realize how much shit kids get taught in schools that you could ask? I don't know why I got taught calculus. I mean, I got a master's degree. I got a bachelor's and an associate. I never used that shit. There's a lot of things in schools. The Battle of Hastings in 1066. How many of you were taught that? Why were we taught that? I don't need to know that. So you ask the question, well, why is it being taught? You can bring that up on half of the shit they teach you in schools. Why is it being taught? Why the hell is Christopher Columbus discovering America being taught? That shit ain't even true. You want people to pick and choose based on, I don't know. Looking in the comments, you can stop gunshot bullet holes with the tampons. That joke bombed. Revelation. Good afternoon, or good evening rather. It should be a flock of morons. I love. God, I like that name. There should be a thing at the bottom of your the left hand corner of your screen where you can click and I'll bring you up. A flock of morons. I love that name. Tammy Green. I trust my child around the LGBTQIA than a priest. Yeah, and religion is being taught in schools. And I don't see the right having a problem with that. In fact, the right is promoting religion to be taught in schools. And religion, as I often bring up, religion has a far more dark past in abusing children than the LGBTQ community could ever have. It would take generations of abuse for the LGBT community to even come close to catching up what the Christian churches have done to kids. And they're okay with that in schools. Actually, the far right is against this. I don't know about that one. You're telling me, because in the state of Oklahoma, they're now forcing kids to read the Bible as part of the curriculum. I haven't heard from the far right. You see, Arlita, you said what religion? Catholics and Mormon in particular. I think the Lutherans. I mean, I grew up Baptist. There's abuse in the Baptist religion, but the Catholic and Mormon is really bad, really bad. I mean, like I said, it would take generations for the LGBT community to catch up to that stuff. And the difference with the LGBT community is, if one of them does commit an act of abuse, it's an individual. Yeah, they need to face justice. What they did was wrong, but it's an individual. The church was an organization. So a priest might do something wrong. Maybe the cardinal or somebody of hierarchy finds out and actually transfer the priest to another parish across town or in a different state to avoid justice, so that they can reoffend all over again. That doesn't happen in the LGBT community. like I said, the LGBT community would have to be committing unsavory acts for generations to catch up to what the churches did. I mean, which religion will be taught in schools? Christianity. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it'll be, a specific denomination of Christianity, but for instance, in Oklahoma, they require the children to read the Bible as part of their curriculum. The Ten Commandments is in Louisiana. I think Texas is trying to do something like that. I mean, they're forcing kids to learn about God and religion. They're not going to force them to learn about Allah or Buddha or Jehovah. And like I said, I'm not a fan of that at all, by the way. Looking in the comments, grades 5 through 12 in Oklahoma. Well, yeah, that's okay. So not kindergartners through 4th grade, but that's still a large portion of the schools. Children are more likely to be touched by teachers than a priest. Maybe, but it ain't the LGBT community. The point I'm making is the LGBT community is nowhere near as harmful to children as the right is saying. Nowhere. You're right. The teachers, the priests, all of them have more of a documented history of harming children in the LGBT community. I think they're both pedos, and schools should focus on basic education, not critical race theory, the new Mein Kampf. What the hell, Chris? Well, critical race theory, I don't really know what that is. I think there is a subsection of this country that do not want America's dark past to be taught. And I understand why. A perfect example. Let's say, and I'll go to the box after this. Let's say, for instance, and by the way, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 70,000. You guys rolling with your boy here this late Sunday. I do appreciate that. We're uncensored. Follow the program on TikTok. Uncensored on YouTube as well. Feel free to subscribe to the program as we YouTube back up. See, Thomas R says, I'm gay. Good on you. I was about to say something. I lost my train of thought because my feed went down. But yeah, the idea that children. Oh, well, I was going to say this. There's a subsection of the population that do not want America's children being taught about its dark past, and I understand why. If I had a grandfather that was abusing children, we're talking about abusing children. I had a grandfather that always done that, and I'm in class, and the teacher, because he was, he made national news. Let's say he's like a Jeffrey Dahmer or something, made national news. If I'm in class and they're discussing my granddad, if the children know, they might make fun of me. They may say I'm similar to my grandma. I mean, it could be embarrassing. I don't want to be in that classroom while they're discussing my granddad because it might be embarrassing because it's connected to me. Having said that, that is the reason I strongly believe why there's a large section of folks in this country, mostly white, that do not want America's dark past being taught. Because, at the end of the day, they feel like, well, it might embarrass my kids. There could be some validity to that. Could be. I mean, if you got a diverse classroom, maybe the kids of color start ridiculing them for what their ancestors. Now, they don't have any responsibility for what happened, but kids can be brutal with each other. I mean, just like when those dark times were there, kids were abusing each other back then too. So I understand why they don't want it to be taught, but omitting history or trying to rewrite history because you don't want to offend people, it should not be acceptable. It happened. Can you imagine a Muslim child born in America? Let's say a child was of, it's in Iraq. His parents were born in Iraq, but the parents migrated here and gave birth to an American child of Iraqi descent here in America. And that child is going to school and they're telling the kid about, they're teaching about 9/11 or they're teaching about the evils of Saddam Hussein. And the kid is like, I don't want this taught because we would laugh that person out of school. You don't get to rewrite history because you don't like what it's about. But for some reason, we have allowed that in this country because the majority population was in favor of it. I mean, we have really really diluted what has happened in this country. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of really bad parts of our history that a lot of Americans don't know about because they either omitted it or lied about it. Andy, appreciate the hat of multiple children. The last two mass unalives, I'm really trying to stumble through this. I like to be able to say the words, but sometimes these apps can be like that. The last two mass casualty events at schools were at the hands of a transgender person. Is that true? Now I do know I received a lot of messages in my in my inbox. The guy who took the life of those children, well, it was 2 kids and 2 adults down there in Georgia last week. Apparently that person, at the very least, had on a shirt or something indicating they might be transgender, or it had a social media page. But I see in the comments, A. Scott says, no, he is lying. And yeah, Terry Roberts said there was one in Nashville. Yeah, there was one in Nashville, but that ain't among the last 2. There's been plenty of more cases since the one happened in Nashville. That's been over a year ago, hasn't it? That ain't recent. Most of these folks, at least when it comes to school events, is coming from straight white males. It's coming from straight white males. Now in the hood is black people. But when it comes to deliberately, intentionally taking the life of people that are 100% innocent, it's mostly straight white males. In the hood, a lot of people get shot. But it's, they're exchanging fire between drugs and gangs. They actually have a beef between each other. They're not just driving around deliberate. Now, they may miss and hit people and hit innocents. That happens all the time. But deliberately setting out to solely take the life of innocent people, that's predominantly happening by straight white males. It's not 100%, but overwhelmingly it's straight white males that are doing that. Looking in the comments, tampons should be free. We are defending gangbanging. No, we're not. What the hell did I just say in defense of gangbanging? I described it. State in the comments, what the hell did I just say in defense of it? I said in the hood, a lot of folks get shot, and it's predominantly people they know and they have a beef with. That ain't defending shit. That's explaining it. Where's the defense? You don't like that I didn't group it up with the school, so all of a sudden, you wanted me to group it up so the straight white males comment don't work? If it makes you happy, as the song says, if it makes you happy, most of the events in the hood between rival gangs, that's happening by black people. Does that make you feel better? Defending it. We have some low IQ people here, says Eon. I'm going to leave it at that. Defending it? Really? Jeez. Jeremy was holding on. Good afternoon. Good evening, Jeremy. Welcome to the program. Probably a white male who made that comment.
Yeah, well, it's been too long, Tim. Did you miss me?
I always enjoy my guests. What am I getting wrong?
Well, so first off, let's talk about Oh, you already mentioned your favorite.
You having a bite moment? You having a biting moment like me?
Sorry, a little bit. Okay, so I wanted to talk about firearms for a second, and
Sure.
because and specifically what I don't like about Kamala Harris. Now, unfortunately, I did not like Trump's comments way back when he was in office, saying let's go through due process after we take the guns. I did not like that. I don't know if he's changed it because I've looked at Agenda 47, and it doesn't look like he mentions it. So I'm going to leave that up to people's individual opinions. But Kamala has been very clear about red flag laws. I'm going to say right now, I do not think that any form of gun control actually saves lives, even from these mass unalivings.
So, okay, in regards to it, so if let's say, for instance, a dude is beating the hell up out of his wife, she gets a restraining order and moves away, and she still feels he's a threat. Should he still be able to maintain a firearm?
Well, this is actually interesting because there was a woman who was actually trying to get a firearm for herself in New York. This was a very similar incident. It was happening to her the exact same way, and he was, I believe, a firearm owner himself. Now, he didn't use a firearm to unalive her, but he did unalive her. And unfortunately, she was trying to get her license to get one in New York, and it's historically extremely hard. It takes forever to do. And this guy was built like the mountain from...
Yeah, but I'm asking you specifically, though. Would you support or would you be against taking a firearm away from somebody that has a domestic violence beef on their rap sheet?
No, I would actually be against that. I would be against that, yes.
You would want the person with the domestic violence beef on their rap sheet to still be able to own a firearm.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me give you another example. Because I've used this one before. Soldier comes home from a combat zone and is having, nightmares about what they saw in Kabul or saw in Fallujah. They go to the doctor and tell them, listen, I need some. I'm having nightmares. I wake up screaming every night. Should that person be able to still maintain a firearm?
I actually would say yes, and here's why. The reason why is that there's only one circumstance where I think your mental health should actually stop you from doing this, and that would be if they can declare insanity. And that's very specific, because under insanity, it can be made very clear under the law that you are so mentally deficient, you can't be held responsible for your decisions. Now, if someone is deficient enough where they're having these nightmares, I'm a PTSD guy myself. I have been through homelessness twice, and I've been physically attacked in my sleep. So I actually have some of these symptoms before. One thing that I've noticed is that it doesn't make you more likely to hurt other people. It makes you more likely to hurt yourself, if anything. That's the first thing we got to understand. The second thing we also got to understand.
Hold on. Before you go to the second thing, keep in mind, based on what you're saying, I think the guy who took their lives in Atlanta, other than his age, he could still own a firearm, I believe, at 14 in Georgia. Based on what you're saying, he should have been able to keep his firearms then, right?
Well, the father should have been able to, because here's the problem with taking away from the father.
No, you can own a firearm at 14 in Georgia. You just can't buy it. But you can, if his dad bought it and gave it to him, he can own it.
Well, technically, yes, but it's really like if you're it's really kind of like buying your kid a car. It's really the parents until you're an adult.
But should he be prevented from even owning it if there are reports that he threatened the school?
If he could be locked up, if it prevented from that, because threats against the school should be considered a crime in and of itself, because that's a call to action. But no, and here's why: a lot of people say things that they do not mean online. But the person who was doing this would have been able to just simply get a firearm illegally.
You said a lot of people say things that they don't mean. What is this, a locker room talk conversation? How many kids you're talking about threatening to take people's lives at school? So you said just overlook that on the grounds.
When someone gets to that point, that should be a crime by itself, because you can't legally do that. But here's the thing: I will say, you got to understand how easy it is to use the black market. And the father, it was just more convenient for him to use the gift that his father gave him. But this is somebody who needed help that was way beyond restricting firearms, because he would have done this anyway. It might have been done at a later date, but it would have been done anyway with ghost pew-pews. I don't want to get the live taken down. So
you think a 14-year-old had access to ghost pew-pew or something? You think you had access to that stuff?
Yes, because we all do. It's way easier than you think. A lot of people don't realize this, but and this has been around way before 3D printing or even the ghost pew-pew. Or I can't say the actual name. But in the city and like in a lot of East Coast cities, they already have perfect cult 1911s being made.
Here's why I disagree. Here's why I disagree with you. Being from Chicago, where I hear a lot of folks losing their lives, I don't hear the police complaining about taking a whole bunch of ghost guns and printed firearms from people. They're not, even though you're saying they may have access, they're not using that stuff. I mean, there's a few people out there that have this stuff, but the overwhelming majority of criminals, I would say well above 99% of crimes that are committed in America are not using these firearms. It's just not out there. You're not seeing this.
Well, they're using stolen ones, but again, they're going on the black market and getting these things. And a lot of times they're actually pretty cheap because a lot of these weapons that have been stolen are hot. So they've already been used in one crime. Like there's a whole bunch of documentaries by a bunch of left-wing sources, so you know that I'm not just telling you.
I'm talking about just watching the nightly news, or even some of these buybacks they have in liberal cities. When they have these buybacks, some people come and hand them a BB gun or a toy gun. I don't see many folks getting printed weapons. This stuff, I don't think those things are out there like you're saying they are.
Oh, believe me, they are. There's tons of Vice did an entire documentary on this. So did National Geographic, Al Jazeera. Again, these are not right-wing sources. These are left-wing sources. You can literally build these things out of an old chip.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm saying though, when it comes to the criminals in this country, folks who are committing crimes, very minute. I mean, like I said, you watch the nightly news when they talk about seizing guns and taking them off the street. You almost never hear the police talking about that. We got a bunch of printed weapons we took out of some drug dealer's house or out of their trunk. You very rarely hear about that. Even in like a city like Chicago, they didn't even mention that.
Well, it's just what about where you're looking and where you're looking for this information. I would highly recommend you look at it. And again, this is not.
You shouldn't have to look it up. That's what I'm saying. If that many of them are being used, you wouldn't have to go looking for it. You would hear it on your nightly news.
It depends on what source you're getting it from. Again, I could give you left-wing sources that have talked about this. You just haven't.
No. I believe people are talking about the possibility and the capabilities that I agree with you. It can be done. And I'm sure there are documentaries. I've seen documentaries on people talking about they do it. But I'm saying the amount of people that are doing it, the amount of crimes that are being committed with these firearms is minuscule. It is tiny. I mean, the average guy in the hood that is keeping, some heat on them while he's at the liquor store, just in case his boys run up and try to take him out, almost none of them are carrying printed firearms.
Oh, believe me, it's heavily increased in the last 10 years. It is heavily increased. And again, even if this person in Georgia were not to have gotten a printed one, there are plenty of stolen ones that are on the black market that are hot weapons. And oftentimes these are a little busted up, they'll do the job just fine. And look at countries that have plenty of weapons that do not have our problem. Look at Switzerland. It's a perfect example of a place where the tool is very much available to the public, but yet so many people are. It's extremely rare. There's only, I believe, one.
There's no diversity. Yeah, because in Switzerland there's no diversity. You're not going to have a lot of mass unalivings in a place like Wyoming, for instance. If everybody is all on the same page. They look alike. They believe in the same thing. They believe in the same God. There's a lot less conflict. When you most of the stuff is when you put big cities and diversity together, you're going to have a lot more drama. Of course, it's not happening in Switzerland. And by the way, that's a very, very wealthy country too.
So actually, that's interesting. So it sounds like you agree with me that America needs a monoculture. Not a mono race. I do not believe in that. I'm not a supremacist of any kind, but I do believe that we should have a united culture. Now there can be subcultures.
No, I don't believe that.
That black culture is perfectly beautiful, and so is Hispanic culture and all that. But that we should all believe in Americana.
No, I don't believe that. I favor diversity, but I will admit it comes with problems. Just like I favor having a car. But I mean, there is a chance of having an accident. There are pros and cons to it. There are pros and cons to diversity. I favor it, but yeah, there's more room for conflict.
Well, I think we should have a monoculture because I do think so. Because I think we should have now not a state enforced one at all. I don't believe in that. But I believe that we should have a culture that has similar ideals, at least on a basic level. And I'm more than okay with diversity of thoughts. on a more sophisticated, nuanced level.
You're never going to get this monoculture without it being forced. Like in Switzerland, it's very difficult to migrate to that country. Certainly, if you look like me, it's almost impossible to be able to live there. So, and that's the only way you're going to have a country that doesn't have that diversity like that. It's very difficult for other people to get in there.
Well, I think we kind of already have a lot of things that we can all agree on. For instance, I believe that we all, other than a few idiots in the deep south, middle of bumfuck nowhere, I think most people agree that hatred of someone because of their skin color is wrong, right? I think that's pretty popularized. Right?
I don't agree with that. I think that there's a lot of folks from a lot. I'll play Trump and say on both sides, but there are people on all sides that I believe have hatred in their heart, but don't want to justify it or don't want to admit it or don't even realize that they have it. So like some folks, I get folks on the program that'll say things that are clearly intolerant or bigoted, and I in conversating with them, I can clearly tell they don't actually realize they are. They truly believe that. Look, I don't hate this other group of people. I just think that my people are safer over here, or I think it's better for my people to be with my people. And I mean, they're bigoted as hell, but they don't realize it.
Oh, I've never heard that before. I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds really messed up.
What do you think segregation, separate but equal, was? That's what they call it, separate but equal. You be over there, I'm over here, but ain't nobody getting mistreated. They were saying that then.
That does sound messed up. Like I don't think that the way at all. Look, I think that we have a strong potential to make a stronger America, and I think that one thing that we got to realize is that a lot of our division is on the internet. I've talked to so many people in real life that have completely different political ideas as in me, and I'm not shy about what I believe. And in real life, people are very, very kind and very, very polite to each other. And we can come up with a lot more agreements in person. I guarantee you, if you and me were to see each other in person, I think we'd get along just fine.
Yeah. I mean, but keep in mind, we were divisive long before the internet came around. I mean, a lot of times when they say teach an old dog new tricks, a lot of the most bigoted folks are in the older community. They're not even on the internet. So I don't think the internet can help a fool be a fool, but even without the internet, fools will still exist. I gotta move it on though, man. I'll give you the last word.
All right. Well, I will. My last word will be this: no matter what side you're on, let's agree on one thing and one thing only. People need a strong family to back up children, and if we don't have strong families, America will fall apart. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good point. I do believe the family dynamic is very important to the development of children. Look at the comments real quick. Someone said it's not as bad in the South as y'all think. It is. We are used to being together now. Depends on where you're at in the South. So I've been in some really, really rural parts of the South. I mean, the panhandle of Florida, all that stuff, really South Alabama, South Mississippi, South Louisiana. When you get in them rural areas, proceed at your. I mean, you can certainly get it in the rural areas. Now, if you're in Jackson, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Baton Rouge and New Orleans, somewhere like that, not as much. When you get them really backward, people have signs and shit up. I've seen stuff like, man, they really don't like you here. So I do believe we. Looking at the comments, I was born and raised in Alabama, and it's Easy Money says I was born and raised in Alabama, and it is as bad as you think. I'll leave it at that. That's interesting because you just said this. So I'll tell you this right off the bat. And I know my MAGA side of the hour is not going to like this, but I always say free speech. You can criticize me without any concern of being blocked, banned, or censored. By the way, follow the program, subscribe on YouTube if you do enjoy civilized dialogue, how we do it here. The South, you see a lot of Confederate flags because of the history, of what was going on down there. But at the same time, just being honest, and I'm not, and like I said, I know I'm gonna piss a few people off and others may agree. That flag ain't about pride and heritage. It's not about pride and heritage. I mean, it's from the South. That's literally like the most volatile, divisive time in the history of the South. I mean, the Civil War was only a short period of time. That battle flag was being used. Only why would you pick that period out of all of the dozens of years, the generations the South has been in existence? Why would you pick that one period to use as a symbol for the South? And then, of course, I have to bring up the fact that if that is a peaceful symbol of pride and heritage, why do so many hate groups love it? And why are there so many folks suggesting that, look, this is just my family heritage, it's about pride and heritage? Why aren't they very critical of the hate groups that wave it? I mean, if an athlete takes a knee or somebody tries to take down a statue, those folks are out in mass. This is wrong. You're disrespectful to the country. But if you use their symbol of pride and heritage and you put it on the shoulder or the breast patch or pocket of somebody speaking hate, them same folks, you don't see them complaining that much about it. That is something that needs to be spoken for. You can say it's pride and heritage, I get it, but these folks clearly ain't using it for pride and heritage, and you don't seem to have a problem with it. If I say the flag is wrong, you got a problem with me. But if this guy is standing in town square wearing the flag saying, I don't care, it's a hateful shit, you don't have a problem with him. That is worth bringing him. Now, see the comments. This is one I hear. By the way, thank you for those subscriptions. Wow, appreciate that. Thank you. I can't see the name of that, who's doing that. Too Smooth, Eric Harvey, and Afric Course. Thank you all. Appreciate that. Actions speak louder than words. That is true. And I will say that if it's about pride and heritage, then you should have a problem with somebody is defacing your heritage. And they just, I mean, there's hate groups that have been using that flag for at least a century, and they don't get a lot of resistance. They should. If it's your pride and heritage, they should face a ton of resistance when they're waving that flag around. And then, of course, I have to ask the secondary question. You guys can let me know in the comments, what do you think, what does this phrase mean? The South shall rise again. What does that mean? What was the South like when they had risen, when they were on top? These are things that when folks say, well, this flag is this, and you know what ain't, it's about pride and love and heritage, people can see. They actually can see. So I'll leave it at that. Why don't you get upset when liberals burn the USA flag? Sometimes I do, but it is protected free speech, just like waving around the Confederate flag is protected free speech. But good point. Good, appreciate that input. Democrats are real racist, but Republicans hold these racist ideologies and Confederate flags, confusing both are evil at the end of the day. Either way, it's looked at 100%. That's a lot. Holes for Kamala Harris. I don't quite get your statement though. Somebody stated that Black Lives Matter was a hate group. I wanted to address that. Sonny Stubbs says BLM is a hate group. There are plenty of folks that do not like white people among BLM. The group as a whole is not about hatred, but there is no shortage of folks in that. But keep in mind, there's a lot of white members of BLM. So it's not a hate group. There are no African-American members of white hate groups. BLM is predominantly black, and there's a lot of white. So that shows you it doesn't quite fit the narrative of a hate group. Otherwise, why would so many whites be part of the group? So I think you have to think of it that way. Nothing, you're dog whistling. Right? I think you're talking about the USA flag is a winner. The Confederate flag is a big fat loser. And that is true. There is a participation trophy aspect to waving around the Confederate flag and Confederate statues. Andy, good evening. Welcome to the program. It's about getting equal rights for blacks. That's the biggest part of it. And in regards to justice for blacks that lose their life. But there is folks that are part of BLM that are intolerant to whites. I mean, if you go to, I've been to a couple of gatherings, people say shit. Just like you go to, like on January 6th, the guy wearing a Camp Auschwitz t-shirt, nobody told him to leave. That kind of stuff can happen at a BLM gathering. If you go to a BLM gathering and you're saying hateful stuff about whites, I don't think you're going to be told to leave in a lot of gatherings. Now that depends on where you're at. I mean, because every city in America that has 50,000 people or more has had a BLM, at least one BLM gathering or one BLM protest. Even places like Boise, Idaho, and shit like that. Yeah, you're not going to go there and start preaching hatred in a BLM gathering. But if you're in Chicago or Philly or Detroit, yeah, you can say some pretty heinous shit and get away with it. And I'll damn sure tell you, if you're in a Confederate gathering, you can get away with it. So, yeah, I mean, there is some on both sides. But I think on the Black Lives Matter side, the purpose of the movement is not hate. On the Confederate side, the purpose of the movement was the mistreatment of others. That was literally what the fight was about, was to secede from the Union, to maintain the right to mistreat others. Black Lives Matter is not about the mistreatment of others. There's just people in it that have an issue and will say racist shit and there are folks that are like that. But that's not the sole goal of it. BLM is for equal rights, period. Tim, what about the gay actor in Chicago? He's talking about Jesse Smollett that was attacked, putting the news on him. Fear-mongering in Chicago a bubble. No, what Jesse Smollett was doing, he believed that he was on a television show Empire. He believed that his salary should have been more than the other. He believed he was getting underpaid compared to the other co-hosts. So he felt, being a member of the LGBT community, that if he could concoct a story that a bunch of homophobic MAGA injured him, it would draw sympathy towards him, and it would help his career out. That's what he thought. Obviously, it was all made up. It was fake. Ain't no three dudes walking around Chicago at 3:00 in the morning or whatever with MAGA hats. You ain't safe walking down the streets of Chicago with a MAGA hat on. I'll tell you that right off the bat. It ain't a good idea. It ain't a good idea to walk. It's certainly at 3:00 in the morning or some shit. No, it was ridiculous. But it is what it is. I don't pretend like Jesse Smollett is representative of all Democrats. Racists hate BLM because we want rights. They've been doing that since MLK, and there's validity to that. It doesn't matter. We can talk about BLM and rights and but fact is, if you're fighting for civil rights for people of color, people are going to hate you, whether you're BLM, whether you're hands up, don't shoot, whether you're I can't breathe, whether you're LeBron James, not Ben Carson, whether you're Ben Crump. I mean, there is no civil rights leader that does not have, because there are some folks who don't want people to have civil rights. There's no way to do that without having folks hate. Listen, I don't have a problem with that side. They protested the wrong way. Well, the guy peacefully takes a knee. Well, don't do it during the game. Okay, then somebody else has an interview like LeBron James. He should shut up and just dribble. There is no peaceful way to protest civil rights. I mean, some people don't want you to have them. It is what it is. BLM isn't fighting for equal rights, please, says Chris. All right, then what do you think they're doing? Have you ever been to a BLM gathering? Mr. G. Oh, flock of morons. I'll bring up Mr. G first, though. Why can't all people get along? We bleed red, and why can't they look past the rapper and look at the person's soul, and it doesn't matter? Well, because we have different backgrounds, different cultures, different beliefs, and a lot of folks do not favor people who do not believe and think the same things they are. They do. So that's why it doesn't work. Mr. G, good evening.
Good evening. Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Where you at? Where's more? You on the East Coast?
Oh, no. I'm Central Time, so it's
okay.
like 11.
You're like the time right above my head.
Yeah.
Okay. So what am I getting wrong?
You ain't getting nothing wrong. You ain't getting no arguments from me.
No.
These people are ignorant as hell, like I said before. These people don't know anything. They refuse to read any history or anything like that. If they do, they're gonna rewrite it, and it's just gonna be a hot mess out here, man.
So how do you feel? Like, now some folks are suggesting that if Trump loses, we could have civil unrest. Do you see any possibility of that?
Yes.
Really?
Of course.
Just simply because he lost?
All I see are red faces.
Damn.
Mad red faces.
I mean, but if he lose, why not just take the L? I mean, it is what it is. I mean, if Kamala Harris lose, you think the Democrats are going to get violent?
Never take the L. He will never take the L. He ain't never gonna say any like you said before early in the show, or I think a caller said early in the show. He'll never admit defeat. He'll never quit anything. This is not the last time I'm gonna see him, or we're all gonna see him. He's gonna try every little trick up his sleeve just to stay relevant, to stay out of jail, to do all kinds of stuff just to hurt people. That's all he's about.
Well, and I see in the comments on YouTube, Mr. I was there says Trump must win. We have no other choice. A lot of folks believe that Kamala Harris is not the right woman for the job, though, Mr. G. They believe that she don't know what the hell she's doing.
Bullshit. She's more qualified than any president actually ever running.
Really?
Actually. Yeah, she's been attorney general. She's been a senator. She's been DA. She's been public. She's automatically more qualified than a lot of presidents ever been running.
Well, I mean, you do raise a point now. Obviously, Reagan was a governor, and so was George W. Bush. But you do raise a good point that if you look at Kamala Harris's resume, and I know for my folks on the right, my beloved MAGA side of the aisle, take away the R&D in regards to what party she represented, and take away any policies. Just look at her resume in terms of how she climbed up. I mean, and let's not get into the Willie Brown shit, but obviously
that's the go-to they're gonna go to.
Yeah, I know. When I use the word climbed up, I thought right off the bat, shit, I just opened the door for that. But yeah,
when Trump done, that's way back in the past.
Yeah.
But the first thing they're gonna go to is Willie Brown.
Yeah.
Fuck that shit.
Well, when you look at the fact that she was a district attorney, then she rose up to be attorney general, then she became the attorney general of San Francisco, then she became a senator, then she became vice president. Her resume, if you take away maybe bias towards the other side of the aisle, yeah, she actually is qualified. I mean, anybody that has that resume where they don't been an attorney general and attorney general of a state, they've been a vice, they've been a senator and a VP, they're qualified.
Overqualified.
Yeah.
Just like Ketanji Brown Jackson, she's overqualified to be on the Supreme Court. She's overqualified to be president.
To some degree,
situation room. She's been president actually for about a week.
And to some degree, that was one of the reasons why we voted Trump in, is because we didn't want somebody that had a long resume of being involved in politics. So we deliberately chose Trump to some degree for lack of qualification. The businessman aspect, that Trump had is certainly valuable, but there's a lot more to running the country than just being a businessman.
We had this conversation before. Trump ain't shit. Trump ain't even a good businessman.
Jesus.
He's failed at a lot of shit. He's failed at a lot of shit. All his businesses, and you were talking about schools.
Wait a minute, you sure you don't have Trump derangement? You say he ain't shit. I mean, the guy.
Shit.
Oh, come on.
He's not shit.
I think you bashing him a little hard. What were you about to say about the schools?
Yeah, the deregulation, taking away the education department and all that stuff.
Yeah.
All that deregulation and private school, more promoting of private school. There's going to be more Trump universities coming out.
Wow. Well, and I'm not yeah.
We all know what Trump University is all about. More PragerUs, and we know about PragerU. PragerU is old conservative, and they're actually rolling out commercials and all that shit, rewriting history, and doing the reverse racism bullshit. Man, get the fuck out of here.
But what about now on my YouTube side, I got Tyler Newman is saying we were all better off under Trump. You're lying to yourself if you say otherwise. Were you not better off economically?
I was in the military. The last thing he did was that tax deferment, and I had to pay that shit back.
But wait a minute. Now you're an African American. Now Trump stated he's done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. You don't see that?
Nope. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. He didn't even do more than LBJ. He didn't what the fuck is he talking about?
Well, there's people that believe that. I've talked to
that first those opportunity zones, or whatever the fuck he wants to call it, opportunity zones. Those aren't for black people. Those for rich ass motherfuckers to buy those properties and to build them up and to put them as commercial areas, whatever. You hear a lot of stories about black people trying to sell their product to those people that trying to buy up those properties. They ain't even hearing them. They're not even listening to them.
I've heard that. I mean, I kind of heard it and didn't hear it. I mean, there's so many things negative about Trump. I don't buy into all of it. I mean, I don't believe it's all a witch all made up either. But I mean, there's a lot. I mean, Trump has a lot of enemies, so it's to the point where you don't know what you can believe because you got Dick Cheney and his daughter Liz Cheney this weekend endorsing Kamala Harris. I mean, the man got a lot of enemies.
Right. Even Dick Cheney he's like the Ra's al Ghul of politics. He's really hated among the Democrats, and he's going for Kamala Harris.
Well, Trump called Dick Cheney a rhino. Now that was hilarious. He called Dick Cheney a rhino. I'm like, are you for real? All right, I got to move it on, Mr. G. But yeah, calling Dick Cheney a rhino was the funniest thing I ever heard of.
I appreciate it, man. Oh, one more thing.
Sure.
About the guns.
Yeah.
Hey, as a veteran, I can't even get a gun.
Why not?
As a veteran. Why? Because there's three things. You gotta be mentally competent, you gotta be financially competent, and I forgot about that third thing. But
where are you at? What state are you in?
I'm in Mississippi.
I've never heard of those laws.
No, it's not a state law. It's a VA thing. If you're not mentally competent or financially competent, the VA is gonna call the alphabet boys on you.
So if you come out of the military and you don't fit that criteria as a former soldier, you cannot you don't have Second Amendment rights? How?
Correct. You can look it up on Google right now. Like, can veterans own firearms after they leave the military? If they're not mentally or
you sure this is true? All these people with PTSD, they got. I don't know, man. I need to see that. You have to. I don't buy that off. That don't sound right.
Yeah, finances, or mentally. If you have PTSD, I mean, if you already have a firearm, obviously you know.
How can you infringe on the Second Amendment due to finances?
Yeah. If you can't afford it, because obviously the VA is looking at your track record. We get paid for our injuries or whatever. But you know, if we're like homeless or whatever, and they see that we have a firearm, they're gonna call the FBI on you.
Well, the mental part maybe, but money, I don't think money is going. I have to look it up. I got to move it on, but this is the first I've heard of this.
You can definitely Google it and all that stuff, but I appreciate you.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you. I would love to see something. I mean, I would love for Mississippi. Portia says he's right. I've never heard of that. Have you watched Mafa 21 on YouTube? It's a documentary about black population controlled by Dems. Joseph, I don't know. I have never heard of that. I'm in Mississippi, and I'm in Mississippi, and my counselor reminds of. Wait a minute. I am in Mississippi, and my counselor reminds of it at visit because of my PTSD. So you're saying it's true as well. I've never heard of that. On YouTube, why is Harris running on Trump's policies? Because ain't done a damn thing in the vice presidential state. Well, vice presidents don't accomplish much. I mean, I don't hear MAGA bragging about all the great things Mike Pence did either, but she's running on some of Trump's policies because a lot of people favor him. Just like Trump is talking about his administration is going to be great for women's rights, pissing off the evangelicals. Sometimes you realize some of the shit you said ain't working very well. And her opinion on fracking and the border was starting to hurt her. They give us gun locks at mental health. Wow, I have never heard of that stuff. I heard a whole bunch of stories about Kamala locking up black people when I lived in California, and she was showing up the police officer's ball with a married man. But the married man part is irrelevant. I mean, you guys out here treating Melania Trump like royalty, and you're blaming Kamala Harris for sleeping her way to the top. That's bias. I don't care that Melania Trump is not a politician. She clearly did the same damn thing. She clearly, if you want to say that, if you want to claim that Kamala Harris slept her way to the top, then you can't deny that Melania Trump did the same shit. Just because she's not a politician, she gets a pass. So that's the first thing. But in regards to Kamala Harris locking up African Americans, I guess back in the 80s or 90s, very similar to the claims against the crime bill. I don't think that's going to make much of a difference. And I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not even, for all I know, it may be true. I'm not disagreeing with you. But the reason why I don't think it's going to make a difference is simple. Just like with Biden and the crime bill. It wasn't like there was a whole bunch of Republicans pointing it out back then. Pointing out that somebody mistreated me 30 years ago is meaningless to me. Why weren't you helping me out back then? I mean, just like with Biden and the crime bill, people point out, I don't recall any Republicans that were saying that this is racist or you shouldn't do it. So all of a sudden the Republicans want to remind us of how racist it was in 2020. You wait 30 years to tell us that? When he was doing that, the Republicans were in favor of it. My guess is when Kamala Harris was locking up blacks, as you're pointing out, the Republicans in that state were congratulating her on doing a good job. And by the way, this doesn't come up much. But you know, when Trump came down the escalator and said he knows how the system works because he's played both sides of it, he's donated money to Hillary Clinton's campaign, and he knows it. He donated money to Kamala Harris's campaign twice as well. So when she was doing that stuff, he's part of the engine that kept her in office. So pointing out what Kamala Harris did, Trump supported it. And by the way, which was going to be the second topic on today's show, but we never got around to it, was Trump is also promising to bring back Stop-and-frisk and give police immunity from prosecution in liberal cities. So when you start talking about all of the things that the liberals may have done to black folks. I can tell you for a fact, if you get cops immunity in liberal cities and bring back stop and frisk, you're going to have a whole lot of mistreated black people. You're going to have a whole lot of them mistreated by that. And that's something Trump is promising to give. The judge does the sentence, and that's true. That is true, Arlita. It ain't even Kamala Harris who locks them up. She can prosecute and win the case, though. A flock of... You got a major echo. Are you there?
Hello?
Yeah. There we go. Perfect. What brought you on? What am I getting wrong?
How you doing, Tisney?
I'm doing good. Good to have you on.
I don't think you're getting anything wrong, man. I was going to talk about your original talking point was, you know, if you could ask any candidate, what question would you ask them with the upcoming debate?
Yes.
That's looming. And I would have a couple questions for Kamala. My first question for Kamala would be, with your intention to give home buyers a $25,000 credit for first-time home buyers, how can you guarantee that the housing market won't be further disrupted when every broker raises the price of every home by $25,000 to offset that cost?
Well, first of all, you could pass a law to prevent that, couldn't you? I mean, if they're going to just price gouge, just like that's what the higher learning institutions did, by the way, is they raised their cost of their education, knowing how much you could qualify in loans. They raised it up so they could get all that money. Well, you could pass a law to stop that. If you don't have any legitimate reason to raise the price of the home up $25K, you're not legally able to do it. But that would take regulation.
All right. As long as there's provisions in place to prevent that, then that's okay. You know, pretty reasonable.
Yeah, you give them the home
my
buyer.
Question for Kamala.
You could pass something. You know, I would call it the home buyers price gouging act or something like that. You know, if you deliberately raising or better yet, when you say giving home buyers $25K, anybody who does that is not qualified to receive any government money from the program.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, as long as there's provisions in place to prevent that kind of thing from happening, then that's fine.
Okay.
My second question for Kamala would be, how does your Jewish husband feel about you appointing a pro-Palestinian vice president?
That's interesting. Oh, man. I mean, now keep in mind, there's a whole lot of Jewish folks in Israel that believe Netanyahu has went too far. So, in my opinion, if I was to try to speak for her, let's say, for instance, I'm giving her debate prep, and somebody presents that question, and they have, well, what would you tell her to say? I would tell her to say, listen, all Jewish people do not think alike, and many from my homeland feel that Benjamin Netanyahu has went too far. A lot of Palestinians are losing their lives when a negotiation could have been made. And, you know, at the end of the day, my husband is part of that. He's part of that group. He's not pro-Palestinian. He's pro-human life. He's pro-humanity. And even if humanity is being disturbed at the hands of the Jewish people, he's against that too. Just because you are Jewish don't mean you should support acts of inhumanity. That's where I would go.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. My other thing is, there's going to be extremists on both sides, man. You know what I'm saying? So I think the problem from it comes from all the news networks. I've noticed a pattern as somebody who doesn't really subscribe to like the mainstream media or anything like that. Watching both Fox and CNN and ABC and all that, I've noticed the problem with the way they put the information out there is instead of telling you why something is the way it is, they only give people enough surface information to elicit an emotional response from them so that they can manipulate them into acting how they want them to act.
And that's true. Yeah, that's true. Most news outlets have an agenda because if they told you the news straight, no chaser, it wouldn't be interesting. I mean, the debates, the pushback, the, tugging on heartstrings, doing it for clicks and likes. At the end of the day, their goal is ratings. And you're not just telling boring news with no type of opinion. People don't tune into that.
Yeah, but the downside to that is you get a bunch of people who have the most minuscule amount of information about a topic, but then they passionately defend it, which is why you end up with hundreds of people screaming at each other because none of them want to calm down enough to actually look into the finer details of things to have a civil conversation.
Yeah, but that downside is that downside is unavoidable. If I created a straight down the line news network that didn't do all of the things you're talking about, the folks you're saying that's part of the downside, they wouldn't watch it They're going to go looking for the news networks to tell them what they want to hear. Only way you're going to get what you're suggesting is to ban MSNBC and ban Fox News and ban, I mean, there's hundreds of these networks. You'll never be able to do that in a free country. But yeah, people, the lower information viewers, they go looking for news and media that fits their narrative.
So, okay, so you're saying that no matter what, there's always going to be groups on both sides that seek out conflict. They're always going to be looking for a dividing point or something to argue about.
You ever heard of the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads? That's how the media works. People don't want to hear, somebody help Miss Johnson get her cat out of the tree. They want to hear the tree fell down and killed the damn cat. They want to hear bad stories. I mean, that's just how news works. They're not going to tell you the good stuff. That's why you don't see a lot of good stuff on the news, because that ain't what people tuning in for.
Yeah, it's true. I guess sensationalism does sell, so that's a good point to make.
Right.
I guess my question for Trump would be, since he went over it a couple of times, besides, getting the energy after, the deal, whatever, getting the energy production under control as a way to lower the burden on the economy and make things work better. Besides that, furthermore, what's your plan beyond that to help with the reduction of costs and prices and everything? I know he explained that, once you get the energy production and stuff under control, things become cheaper to produce, and therefore it can lower the price of goods and everything. I would like to hear more from him about what other actions he would take.
He's been saying what he's going to do. A lot of folks don't believe that it will work right, but tariffs, he's been talking about tariffs. He's talking about these 100% sky high tariffs that if they worked, they could free up a ton of money. But most folks, even Goldman Sachs, just endorsed Kamala Harris because they believe his tariffs would destroy the U.S. economy. But that's where go ahead.
I'm thinking if he implements those tariffs as high as he's thinking of implementing them, that the companies that are selling the products would just then raise the cost to the consumers to offset those tariffs.
Goldman Sachs is saying the same thing, but that is his answer, though. That's what he's going to say, is that he believes there's a ton of money to be made from doing that. The downside, what you're pointing out, apparently he doesn't believe that that's going to happen.
So I see the major talking points of both sides, and I just have further questions for elaborate further on how they would actually delve into the situation. You did a pretty good job explaining that you could always set a law in place to prevent that price gouging on the housing market. So I can see that, and that makes sense. As long as it doesn't prevent other people that are not first-time home buyers from getting into the housing market, you know what I mean, and kind of discouraging them or making it harder to obtain said ownership of housing.
Well, also too, let's say, for instance, you have to, just like I mentioned the higher learning institution, because it's a perfect example, because most people who go to college or whatever, it's the government is footing the bill and then you pay the government back. And the government requires that school has to be accredited and things like that. Otherwise, they won't get the school money. They can do the same thing with that. Okay, so you want to go out and purchase a house. Well, there has to be a government approved inspector, just like the banks. When you want to buy a house, the bank has to make sure that the loan you're getting for that house, the house is actually worth it. Well, in this case, folks who have been trained by the government would verify that this house is actually worth the cost, which would mean that $25,000 markup would stand out like a sore thumb. This house is not worth as much as you're charging. So that would kind of also prevent that. If this house isn't worth it, then yeah, they can still buy it, but they're not going to get the $25,000 government subsidy.
Gotcha. And then I guess my last question again would be for Kamala.
Yeah.
Asking that, you were out of that $7.5 billion that Biden signed the legislation to build the electric charging stations. $5 billion of it was dedicated to build charging stations. You've only built 3 of them. So on your promise to build 3 million homes, how are you going to actually tackle that problem feasibly and be able to provide that housing and sheltering for people who need it?
It's a good question. Well, first of all, she got to explain where the money went for those charging stations, because otherwise it looks like that's a blatant lie. That's the way your question is leading up, to make it look like, well, you can't really trust her on the charging station, so why trust her on the home buyer credit? Most likely, if I'm advising her, I'm going to tell her, I don't care if it's true or not, you need to come up with a reason why those stations aren't built yet. You can talk about maybe it is bureaucracy in certain towns where they're pushing back and you haven't put we're still working on it. I mean, whatever you got to come up with, but you make it sound like you're still intending to build those charging stations, and it is a work in progress. I mean, just like Trump would say about the wall or something like that. It may not be true, but at the time, they really would have a hard time fact checking it at that debate. There's a way to state it where even if they are fact checking things in real time, it would be hard to, because those stations are going to be built in all over the country. So they can't fact check it all in everywhere. So she says, listen, a lot of these are still being held up by government bureaucracy in red states that don't want them built, or there's no way to fact check all of that in real time with the amount of time they have for the debate. Now, the next day, you may hear she was lying her ass off. But for the sake of that debate, who gives a damn? Because a lot of folks who say she won or lost at the debate ain't going to be watching the fact check the next day.
All right, so basically just placate it until you can provide the results that people were looking for.
Fake it till you make it, yes.
All right, sounds good, man. Well, I appreciate the conversation, man.
Anytime, come on back through. All right, moving on. I like the name, by the way, too, a flock of morons.
Thanks, brother.
All right, good talk. All right, moving on. Flock of morons. I kind of remind me of the 1980 song "I Ran" by a flock of seagulls. Like that song. They're putting charging stations everywhere here in Houston. They use Houston as an example. I mean, I didn't know that, which is why I didn't give it. I was ad-libbing, but if I knew that, I was, yeah. If the question asked, well, you were given a certain amount of money to build charging stations, where are those stations? Start naming off the cities that have a bunch of them. And then you can also add in my statement about bureaucracy. Well, we haven't spent 100% of the money yet, but if you'll notice, there are plenty of charging stations in Houston, the West Coast, plenty of them all over the West Coast. There's a few others where we're trying to get through the red tape, but I assure you, we will meet our promise. Leave it at that. Looking in the comments, yeah, processing. I like that. I live close to Tesla. Buc-ee's, man. When I used to be an over-the-road driver, I've never stopped at a Buc-ee's, but man, like what the hell is it? It looks like a gas station on steroids. Like dozens of pumps. Why are those gas stations like that? I may have stopped at a Buc-ee's once or twice. Why do they have so many pumps? William, I don't think his heart is black. I watched him bleed red blood for us. I'm talking about Trump. The charging stations are real. If you own commercial property, they will come put a charging station on your property at no cost to you. I actually experienced that. We were in Vegas this time last year, and my brother had rented an e-vehicle, and it ran out of charge, and we were getting close to running out of charge, rather. And we found, you go on the GPS, and you can put it in charging stations. And I'm expecting a gas station, and it's telling us where it's at. We're like, where the hell is that? We don't arrive to this, looks like an office building. It's closed. It's on the weekend. And yeah, they had charging stations there. It was crazy. I mean, like there's an empty parking lot. It's a Sunday or whatever. Nobody's working there that day. But yeah, you can put electric charging stations anywhere. In fact, I was watching something on YouTube. I watch a lot of YouTube, and they actually in Europe have a way of charging electric cars while they're actually driving down the highway. So you go into the far right lane, and there's something there that rubs against your car or something like that. Or I don't know if it's an overhead wire. There are trains. There are trains that receive their electrical power from overhead. So you actually can, I mean, if you got a setup like that, maybe it's 40, 50 miles long or something like that. So a car is, when you're in this lane, you drive 40 miles an hour, you drive 50 miles an hour for an hour. That's an hour of charging your vehicle. It's not a lot. It depends on how fast the energy has been put in the vehicle, but they can certainly get you a little further. I do believe they will eventually do that. How many of you folks remember the old racing sets back in the day? If you're a kid in the 70s and 80s, you remember the racing sets. You squeeze the trigger, the cars would go around the track. Well, the track actually had electricity going through it. Under your racing car, for you folks who remember these type of toys from the 70s and 80s, Under the racing car, it had two brushes that would rub against the track and receive the energy from the track and propel the car. I wouldn't be surprised if, to some degree, they may find out a way to charge vehicles while they're in motion. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out. And I see somebody in the comments said that's old school. Yeah, that's how it used to come in racing sets. They used to have them that way. I think the electric trains also ran that way. You ever had an electric train with the metal tracks? The tracks also, which I don't want to have, tracks that, well, they do that in the subway. But yeah, I mean, I think that the trains are like that as well. So that technology is to some degree already out. It could be done. It could be done. The charging stations are real. The rich are not paying anything near what they used to pay before Reagan. And there are a lot of folks who still say the rich are paying too much. I got into a debate with someone yesterday that told me, they were against social programs. They were against taxing the rich, and they stated the rich they already pay 65% of all of the taxes in this country. And I told them they have 65% of all the fucking money in this country too. There's a reason why they pay all the taxes. They got all the damn money. Looking in the comments real quick. Yep, the metal tracks, awesome tech, still till this day. Yeah, there's a way. I'm sure there's probably a way to charge. That we will evolve to the point where there's a way to charge a vehicle while it's in motion. Now, let's say you got a deep groove or something, and maybe you got an arm off the side of the car that comes off and goes down into a groove, where it's because you don't want anything that's charged up to be able to take the lives of animals or kids or something getting to. I mean, you're going to have to make it so that it can't just be readily grabbed. But yeah, I can certainly see a day when they create a way to charge those vehicles while they're in motion. Trump wants to take us back to rotary phones. Based on where are you getting that one from? To rotary phones? I don't know about that. Yep, the middle track. Anyway, I do appreciate you folks as always. 80,000. I didn't solicit it as much, but I do appreciate the 80,000 likes. I'll go ahead and do what I normally do about this hour, like we always do about this time. Thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Certainly who got on the YouTube side, I didn't push, but you guys were certainly you smashed the like, but I appreciate that. Wow, that was my invitation. My fishing addiction, I don't know what that means, but okay. You're prejudiced, says T-Bass. Prejudice how? What the hell did I say it was prejudice? How does the trolley operate in California? Overhead power. That's another good example. The tracks are ground and the wheels are metal. If this is the way I'm thinking, I believe this is what happens. The wheels are ground and they get the ground from the tracks. And then there's a wire that runs overhead that's the hot line. So as long as the trolley is in contact with the overhead power, that the trolley continues getting power. You'll notice in areas where they have trolleys, there's a lot of overhead lines. They're all over the damn place. Those lines are hot. That's where in fact, they got setups like that in India. And there's some pretty graphic videos. Because you ever seen the trains in India where they got like hundreds of people riding on the train, people sitting all on the top of the train. Well, those hot lines that are on top, there are plenty of very graphic videos where you'll see an Indian guy, talking about in the country of India, stand up on top of the train. Now that train is metal. That whole damn train is ground. He'll stand up on top of that train, and part of his head or body will make contact with that hot line, and dudes, I've seen about 6 or 7 videos like that. Instant death, vaporized, instant death. If you're on top of that train and you touch that hot line, yeah, bumper cars is another one. Bumper cars also get overhead power and they get ground from the metal floor of the bumper cars if you ever go to a carnival or something like that. But yeah, there are plenty of videos of Indians, people in the country of India, where they put all them folks on the train and somebody stand up on top and I mean, boof, it just turned into a, you've seen a tree get struck by lightning. It looks like that. And then the person just slumps over and they're usually smoking or whatever. As long as you don't go in the ocean and there's a shark about 10 feet out there. Anyway, folks, Musk even said the American power grid cannot handle everyone owning an electric vehicle. Well, that is defeatist talk. Who said that? That one girl. You said that Elon Musk even said the American power grid cannot handle everyone owning an electric car. I don't doubt that. I'm not going to, challenge the intelligence of Elon Musk. But what I will push back and say, everybody's not trying to own an electric car right now. Getting to the point where, let's say 70% of Americans own an electric car, that's probably 20, 30, 40 years out in the future. That's not going to happen overnight. People still buying brand new. I just bought a gas car that's only 4 or 5 years old. I plan to have that motherfucker for another 5, 10 years. So yeah, it would be Elon Musk will be dead by the time we get to the point where everybody has electric vehicles. Yeah, he's right. It's not that way now, but that's how it progresses. That would be like saying in the 1980s when they had the big ass bag cell phones. We don't have the infrastructure for everybody to have a mobile phone. They didn't. They didn't back then. They didn't have the infrastructure. If everybody went out, you ever see the old show Miami Vice? They had a bag phone in their car, and Heart to Heart for some of you older folks from CBS, the series Heart to Heart, they had phones. Yeah, they didn't have the infrastructure for everybody to have a mobile phone back then. That's what development is about. And Elon must know that shit. He's just saying that to appease to the folks on the right. And I see that Bruce A., you said Heart to Heart. You didn't spell it right, though. Jonathan and Jennifer Hart was H-A-R-T. But yeah, the bag phones they had back then, I mean, if everybody had, I'd say if even 20% of the population back in the 80s went and bought a cell phone, there was not enough infrastructure to support it. But look where we are now. So yeah, what Elon Musk is saying is just to appease the folks on the right that are pushing back against electric cars. But there will be a time when it can be done. Okay, we don't have the infrastructure right now. Get to work on it. As simple as that. Get to work on it. I mean, even the point where 10 to 15% of Americans owning an electric car, that is even still probably 15, 20 years away. We're nowhere near to the point where everybody's going to be talking about owning an electric car. That's way off in the future. And I see in the comments politically heard said it can and it will happen. I do believe that it will happen, but it ain't going to happen overnight. What are you going to do with the old batteries? Remember the environment. Well, and I got a ton of old lithium ion batteries around here for myself. Because I fly remote control aircraft, I got drones. I mean, I'm literally surrounded by shit with lithium ion. What is it? Lithium polymer, lithium ion battery. Well, what do you do with the old batteries? They can be degraded. First of all, okay, the amount of power needed to run an electric car that for a sedan that houses a family of 4. Once that battery is not powerful enough to run a car, it can be broken down chemically. It'll still power an e-bike. And then after that, maybe it'll power televisions. After that, maybe it'll power a remote control. I mean, it'll be a long time before that battery has not enough power to power anything at all. But yeah, the batteries that can no longer power cars, break them down and use them for other lower power applications. You need a large current output to power an electric car, but you don't need a large power output to power electric toys. Like I said, maybe your television. Now, there's other things you can use it for. It'll be a long time, just like your car battery, your regular lead acid battery that's in your car. Okay, when you change that battery would probably still power a lot of other stuff. It just doesn't have the cold cranking amps to turn your car over. That battery could still be used for a whole bunch of other shit if they didn't want to take it apart and make it power cars anymore. And the lithium batteries is like a chemical. where you can literally chop it in this. It's a different chemical makeup to it. So you can make smaller batteries out of it, and like I said, power other stuff that don't need the high amperage draw of a car. It will be a while before that battery is at completely at zero. And my guess is just like with the infrastructure that Elon Musk is talking about that does not exist, 10, 15, 20 years from now, they're going to come up with a way of doing more with those batteries. They'll come up with a way of recycling them and doing something else. If you take the worst scenario in the beginning of any technology, nothing would evolve. Everything is not capable in its infancy. Like I mentioned with cell phones, where would they be if everybody said, well, they're too expensive or they don't have the infrastructure? You would never get the evolution of it. It takes time. The electric vehicle will evolve. And I'll tell you this, if America keeps pushing back on it, then we'll just get passed up by German engineering or Europe or the Japanese. It's coming, though. You can either be on the right lucrative side of history or you can be on the wrong purchasing side of history. But it is coming. Whether you like it or not, it's coming. Looking in the comments, if it's really cold, electric cars won't charge. Hell, if it's really cold, gas cars won't start either. It's too fucking cold. I mean, I suppose you could. I mean, because you got a battery in the car. I don't know if you put it in, if you insulate it, or if you every 2 hours, if it gets below temperature, the battery kicks in and activates a heating element to warm the battery up to 30 degrees or whatever the minimum. I mean, there's ways of doing it. But like I said, if you focus on the worst of the technology, it'll never evolve. That's just the way it is. I mean, and that's what the right is doing. The right, I mean, I hate this. The right does not like any alternative form of energy. Windmills cause cancer. When Obama was promoting solar panels, they were talking about how much they didn't like those. Now they're I mean, any form of alternative energy the right doesn't like. I don't know why, other than maybe they're being funded by big oil, but I don't know any form of alternative energy that the right likes. None of them. I see Chris. Now, Chris may have got me. Chris Toy Baller says, wrong, we love nuclear. All right. You may have got me on that. I don't know if the right has been very favorable to nuclear energy, but at the end of the day, nuclear energy only has a few applications. You're not going to have reactors in the back of your crib. but nuclear, okay, I'll give you that. I don't think I've heard him say really anything really bad about nuclear energy, so I will concede that. But other than that, the right is pretty anti-alternative forms of energy. We should all go hydrogen. That would be the best free energy you could have. All right. Tell France that you're telling me, Chris, that France, they have nuclear reactors in their houses? Really? Sure, that could go wrong. No BS answer on, what is it? No BS, handsome, answer one on me. What are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. Where are the downsides to every energy source? There are downsides to every energy source, but that's at the beginning of any idea. There are flaws. Right. And that's what the right is pointing out, all of the flaws that alternative energy involves. Every energy source, obviously big oil has a huge flaw. It's pollutants. And they're favorable to that, but yeah, any alternative energy source is going to have some. I mean, until we get to the point where you can run cars on water and the water comes out that's still drinkable, there's going to be flaws. I mean, there's always, that's just how it works. I would like to see somebody come out with a home-sized liquid salt reactor, maybe thorium fueled. That is way over my fucking head. Here's the problem, though. Certainly when I keep talking about the right favoring big oil doesn't like alternative energy for obvious reasons. I mentioned how bad these are the downsides of capitalism I talked about earlier in the live stream. I think we all would acknowledge that big oil probably has purchased the patents to things that would have been very instrumental in progressing energy use, probably globally, because it would have challenged their industry. Some folks have stated that they've made cars that can run off of water and cars that can run off of garbage. I don't know if that's true or not, but folks do believe that big oil has purchased patents and threw them away to prevent other forms of energy from evolving. I believe that. How many of you folks believe that? I believe that's probably happened. I do believe that's probably happened. We ended Trump back in the White House. Well, he's not in the White House right now, I can tell you that much. Fuel gas tank was $19.99 back then, missed them days. Full, how far back are you going? You said a full gas tank was $19.99. That's like $1 a gallon. Where were you? How far back are you going? I believe it's true too. Yeah, my fishing addiction. Yeah, I believe that. Yes, did that on my grandfather's design back in the 1930s. Wow, happy. You would have been a rich lady. How much did they pay him for the patent? You still should be rich. Your grandfather had a design that would have challenged would have challenged big oil, and they bought your grandfather's patent. They should have made him rich still. He ain't wrong. I filled up my Sonata in 2020 for $18. Well, in 2020, you're in the middle of the pandemic because we started having our first cases of COVID in November 2019. I got off the road as an over-the-road driver in early 2020 because there was no freight. So you're saying you filled up a Hyundai Sonata in 2020 for $18? That still seems very cheap. How many gallons of gas does a Sonata hold? That's really cheap. And I'm agree with you, Chi Real says you weren't on E. Your tank wasn't empty. That's really cheap. Now I see it. It's on a Datsun too. Datsun. Back in the era when chips was still on TV. $18 to fill up a car. Yeah, that's really, really cheap. I could fill up at 15 to 20, depending on what was already in 100. Yeah, you fill it up if it's halfway full. Yeah, you fill up a car for $15 worth of gas. Your car ain't nowhere near empty. That's really, really cheap gas. I don't look. I'm okay with giving Trump credit for the economy if you believe he was doing better with the economy than Kamala Harris, but it wasn't that fucking great. I think if Trump was giving Americans full tanks of gas for $15, he'd win by a landslide. He wouldn't just have to say he won by a landslide. He would win by a landslide. That ain't happening. $1.27 a gallon. Car only takes 16. I might have had you $1.27 a gallon in 2020. I don't remember. Did gas get down that low during the pandemic? I don't remember that. $1.27 a gallon. Where were you at? Were you at in the middle of the $1.27 a gallon? I don't remember that. See, Mr. Wonderful said $1.87. Yeah, maybe that. $1.27. I could fill up with $15 if I already had $40 in it. Yeah. A barrel of oil went negative for a while. Well, I will say this though. In crediting Trump for $2 gas, in crediting Trump for the cheaper price of fuel during his term than I'm about to say Obama, than Kamala Harris. I hope you ain't credited him for the cheap gas that was happening during the pandemic. Now, gas wasn't that expensive. I mean, gas was cheaper even before the pandemic, but anything you were paying during the pandemic, you can't get Trump credit for that. That ain't, $1.25 in Michigan in 2020. Wow. Damn. Gas was $1.25 a gallon in 2020. I don't remember it getting that low. Huh. All right, maybe obviously it was around. I don't remember that. I got a 26-gallon tank under Trump. I can fill it for $55 now. I'm paying $100. 26 gallons for $55. What is 20? I can see that because 26 times 2 is 52. Low $2. and you're saying now you're paying $100. That seems high. Okay, now here's the issue. Okay, you're saying that unless you moved or something, you were able to put 26 gallons of gas in your vehicle for $55 under Trump, which means you're paying slightly over $2 a gallon. And now it's costing you $100 to do the same thing, which means it's slightly under $4. I don't know if you, so it means gas doubled, almost doubled where you're at. That didn't happen. Now where I'm at, I don't know anywhere in the country right now. Now there was a time where it shot up, but right now gas ain't that expensive. And that seems a bit heavy. That you went from paying $55 for a fill up to $100. I think what you might be doing is taking the best of the Trump administration and comparing it to the worst time of the Biden administration. But right now, as we're speaking in September of 2024, those numbers don't fit. Those numbers don't fit. If you take the price of $100 worth of gas right now, and you compare it to what the price, to the amount of gas you would have gotten in the Trump administration, it's not going to be that different like that. And like I said, you're comparing the worst prices of the Biden administration probably to the best prices during the Trump administration. I use 100% gas, $3.67 a gallon where I'm at today. All right. And what was it during the Trump years? I'd be curious, double up. I'm going to assume it wasn't $1.50, like my last guesses indicate. I'm assuming it wasn't, if you're paying $3.67 now, $2.40 maybe under Trump, maybe $2.40, something like that. And thank you folks for tapping the screen. Get me up to 85,000. We're close enough. Appreciate that, Apple user. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 85,000. We're real close. It was low, but only because of the pandemic. Yeah, no demand. Right. Blame Putin's war and Trump for all the problems in the Middle East when Trump broke the nuclear agreement. And wow. Wasn't expecting that, Renata. Thank you. I was not expecting that. I was about to wrap it up. Thank you. Wow, appreciate that. And by the way, folks, follow the program on TikTok and subscription on YouTube, if you will. I will be on Monday through Friday. That's how we normally do it. Uncensored. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are MAGA friendly. Always have been. Always will be. Liberals are welcome on the program as well. The average price of gas in the United States right now is $3.33 a gallon. This includes California. Wow. Yeah, I think it's probably a dollar or something more than some of the best years of the Trump administration. But if you listen to MAGA, they'll make it sound like, gas was $2 under Trump and it's $5 under Biden. It's not that. Double up, 85K. Thank you very much. When I left Montana, it was $7 a gallon. That was 2 years ago. Gas is currently around $4 a gallon there now. Now that's what I'm talking about. If you compare the best price under Trump to that $7 number, then it's going to be this huge disparity. But if you compare the highest price of Trump to, the highest price of Montana, or you compare the lowest to the lowest, it ain't gonna be the same. It ain't gonna be that big of a disparity like that. Wow. Crazy Honky is the name, by the way. The pedo crap. Renata. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for that firework, that beautiful fireworks display. Appreciate that. Thank you for your support. The pedocrat. Now, he's saying pedo, but he adds CRAT. So the pedocrat party is responsible for every problem we're going through right now. The inflation, the wars. World War III is close. The left wants it. You should actually look into their actual. Why would the left want World War III? That doesn't make any sense at all. You're saying that they're responsible for inflation. Okay, we can talk. I'm not going to discredit that if you want to say that. We'll talk about that. World War III is not close. It's not. We're nowhere near World War III. What else is in there? Every problem we're going through right now. I think that I don't agree with Trump certainly has his hand in the division. Renata, you're yeah, boy. Thank you, appreciate that. The division in this country is a problem we're going through. The left is not responsible for that solely by themselves. Trump has a big hand in that. I think the mistrust of the American institutions. People don't trust the FDA. People don't trust the FBI, the CIA, they don't trust the EPA. You name the three-letter organization. A lot of people don't trust that shit. Trump has a big hand in that. Trump has a big hand in that. So the idea that you say all of the problems, I think there's problems you can blame both parties on. Here's the way I say, here's how I compare President Trump, because folks say we had a really good, and I see in the comments, Double Luck says, I just don't trust Donald Trump. Here's what I compare. Let's say, for instance, under Trump, people brag about how great the economy was and things like that. Even Democrats favor a lot of the economy under Trump. But they don't like the tweets and things like that. When people say, well, ignore it, you don't pay attention to what he says, pay attention to what he does, vote based on policy, not on your feelings. Here's one of the things I often, here's the comparison I give you in regards to Trump. Under President Trump, let's imagine a family. Dad has a good job, good bank account. They live in a nice home. They got a nice car out front. They're literally living the American dream. Their bank account, there's plenty of money in the bank. They're living a good economy. Everything's going great. The kids can get the latest toys. The mom, she wants a new purse, whatever the case may be. There's enough money, life is good. But dad comes home from work. And the minute he gets home from work, when they're sitting at the dinner table, he talks about how fat his wife looks in that dress she's wearing and how unattractive it is. He whispers in the brother's ear something about the sister, so the brother hates the sister. Then he whispers something in the sister's ear, so the sister hates the brother. And everybody at the table is fighting, and they're grabbing their dinners and they're going up to their rooms to eat by themselves. They all hate each other. And the dad is sitting at the table like, but look at this great house you live in. Look at the bank account. Here's the ATM receipt. Look at the economy. Look how great we're doing. Everybody in the house hates each other. And he's bragging on the finances, but the division in the house, terrible. That's, in my opinion, kind of what Trump did with the tweets. And the dad is saying, ignore what I'm whispering in your ears. Pay attention to the fact that you got the latest and greatest video games. You got a nice car out front. Pay attention to that. Don't it's deliberate division, but you're being told to focus on the wealth part of it. Division has its consequences. I see in the comments, Corn, what does that say? Corn something says blacks for Trump. That could happen. But it ain't gonna be many. I think that the black vote, Trump wasn't going to win the black vote even with Joe Biden. But I think with Kamala Harris being a person of color in the race now, it's dropped. He probably will get slightly less than 20% of the black male vote and under 10% of the black female vote. That doesn't mean he can't win a race. You don't need the black vote to win, but I don't think Trump's going to get more than probably 10% of the black female. And by the way, it's not just something I'm saying. Trump himself stated it at a rally that he's losing the black female vote. And then he said, but I'm doing very well with the white male, which is true. Republicans do very well with the white male vote. And Trump probably will do better than most because a lot of his policies, in my opinion, are more beneficial to white males. So he probably would do even better. But with the black females, it's going to be real, real low. Not a lot of Candace Owens out there. The reason we didn't go into a bank run situation in 2008 was because Biden cleared up his mess and America had to pay for it. So I'm saying that black women for Trump says you're not in You're not in a big tent party there. You said black women for Trump. It ain't a lot of that. I can tell you that. It is not a lot of that. I've been to a couple Trump rallies. There were very few black people there, but there were some. Not one black woman. None. Now, that's not to say that you couldn't go to a rally maybe in your city and there won't be some, but it ain't a lot of black women supporting Trump. I'll tell you that right off the bat. I don't think, and I see it coming. Somebody else said he won't get 10%, either double up. No, I don't think he'll get 10%. I don't think he'll get 10% of the black female vote. Now, the black male vote, maybe 12 to 20%, depending. Here's something that I believe what Trump could have did better with the black vote. Remember the immigrants that Texas Governor Greg Abbott, and to a lesser degree, Ron DeSantis sent up to sanctuary cities like Chicago, New York? They're pissed in those cities. There's a lot of black people that are not big fans of the Democratic Party for all those immigrants being there, taking up their resources, being in hotels and shit, laying on the streets and shit like that. You saw what happened in Colorado with the Venezuelan immigrants in the apartment complex. The problem is they sent the immigrants to deep blue areas. If they had sent those immigrants to swing states, it might have helped them out. It might have had an effect, because like I said, there are black folks that are. I've talked to them. I got family members that are pissed off. They live in Chicago with the immigrants been all over the place, and they do blame the Democratic Party, but they live in Chicago. That state is not going to go anything but dark blue. But if they had sent those immigrants to Phoenix, sent those immigrants to Las Vegas or Reno, Milwaukee, Detroit, I'm talking about swing states, Georgia, Atlanta, it might have helped them. They may have been enough to swing more black voters, more minority voters to make a difference, but they sent them to Chicago and New York. It ain't enough swing to get that. It's impossible. So at the end of the day, there's gonna be some pissed off folks that the immigrants are there, but those states are gonna remain strong Democratic strongholds. It's just they sent them to the wrong states. It is indeed your boy. Don't send them to Detroit. It says exit. Exactly. If they send them to Detroit, it'll piss off a lot of the African Americans in Detroit, and that might pick up some supporters for Trump. And with Michigan being a swing state, it could help. But they sent them to states that are not even remotely close to being a swing state. There's a lot. There is even the white people in Illinois and in New York are voting Democrat. So you're not going to swing those states no matter what. Anyhow, folks, I do got to make a dash to the bed. Got to get up early. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Subscribe to the channel. Follow on YouTube. Catch you folks tomorrow. Thank you.